this thing turn on weirdly for me? There we go. Just need to get that to run live and... Whew. Welcome back everyone for Into the Wildlands, session 55. I am your DM for this evening, Miser Mark. And last we left off our our very colorful party. They were in the midst of fighting in the arena, and they were up against various sets of individuals, or rather creatures that were brought forward. There was some a moment of instant hard to trust but proven on the battlefield, and thankfully some of the new spells and abilities from both Syndra, Oberina, and some of the new techniques that, or tried and true techniques of Tyrannin, Arizel, Mavis, and Binge being a tank, or at least a shield for everyone. They managed to defeat quite a few very dangerous creatures and won some earnings. Now, they're back in the private VIP room of Lady Monroe Almanence along with Bermadier. And the end of that session, Tyrannin asked a particular question which caught the surprised attention of everybody, or rather of Lady Monroe, of how do we get in contact with Null? So Tyrannin, upon asking your question, there is a heavy silence in the air, with Lady Monroe looking right at you, and same for her daughter Cresseia. However, Bermadier and the leader of the Dario family are just looking at you very confused.
I mean, he's scared. He's just sitting there waiting for an answer.
Syndra has face palmed. Syndra just... Tyrannin, did you just really ask what I...
What?
Did you seriously just ask how to get in contact with Null?
Yes.
Right, so I'm not going insane for a brief moment there as Lady Monroe holds the fan to her face, covering her mouth, but her eyes are definitely still watching you, Tyrannin.
I don't do magic. I don't know how that shit works. Adoria talked to gods all the time. I just thought it was a thing people could do.
Lady Monroe closing the fan. There is a definite scowl on her face now as she looks around. And I don't suppose Lady Adoria is available to tell you the consequences of contacting such higher plane beings.
You actually remember she was existed.
Yes, for a brief moment, I could have sworn something was trying to erase her from my memories. Which, as she says this, the other three by her table look very confused for a moment, to which the lead family member, Andal Dario, just asks, wait, is that the one who owns that yellowish raptor at the pen?
Banana, yes.
To which Lady Monroe simply adds, I simply have a stronger mental fortitude when it comes to memorizing things, and I do pride myself in remembering things that are quite possibly good investments toward my family. Seeing as you chose those words of erasure and the like, that would explain much. I don't suppose your team is lacking, as she looks at all of you. Burma dear, don't you still have a few of those mercenaries that are free to use? Or at least available? Kinda pauses, looks at you all. You really think they need a mercenary? They can handle themselves without it. Yes, but considering that the conditions were favorable and they were able to form up in formation, I would say that perhaps an extra hand would be useful to them should they deal with the unexpected problems. Plus, you do need to expand your enterprise in the south, don't you not? Right. I'll phone in Skuya to call in one particular person I have in mind. And we're going to move the scene just a brief moment to our newest addition to our group. I believe you went by... Oh, I had to change the name token here a little bit.
I forgot to change my name too.
Yes, that's fine.
It was like 5 in the morning.
That you did. No worries, I'll make that quick change right now, but my dear Grung friend, you currently find yourself in the underground lair. Most of the members of the Bloodstone family and also mercenaries and the like are currently getting assignments. You were not given an assignment just yet, as you were told to very patiently wait your turn, or just to get a feel for the upcoming people about. That being said, you were watching from a special crystal orb of the blood matches, the arena, and you saw a group of adventurers who seemed to have garnered a bit of attention from the Lord of Menzato, as well as your main employer, Brahmadir. A bit of favor and investment. You saw them take down what looked to be like a very massive sized sauropod of some sort, theropod, and they worked together quite efficiently for a bunch of squishy magic users and one really slow moving guy with all that metal on him. And the gentleman in front of you with the eye patch as he finishes looking at the globe. Points to you, and I will shizzy your character. And he's going like, right, so you went by, what's the name you're going by again? Kermit. Good. Right, so seems like everyone's been winning the bets and you already got your payment. But you also still got a contract deal, which, as it's about to say more, he pauses as the halfling woman behind him taps to the side of her head, which is the eye patch. And at first, it seems like she's mumbling really loudly to herself. Mm-hmm. Right. No, we have one more left. You sure he's a good fit? And you see her looking right over to you. Then looks back away, but still focused on conversating loudly enough for you to hear. Very well. We will bring him over. First, we'll just ask a few questions. I'm sure your investments are going to be asking questions too. As she takes her hand off of her side of her head, she looks over to the gentleman, or at least the two that were standing by in front of you, which you notice is a very large creature, beast man. And you do notice that a similar trait all three of them have is an eye patch over their right eye. And let me just grab this and this here. Oh wait, I am looking no wonder I couldn't find. I'm looking in the wrong screen. Whoops. There we go. Alright, so she simply speaks. So Mark, Brandon, step aside. I gotta deal with this individual. And also take him to the next spot. As they step, she walks over. Right. The small little individual here is just handling some papers, not even paying anyone mind. As the beauty of looking at two screens. Anyway, Skua, as you know her for the one handling most of the contracts and, well, bounties that you usually turn in for, or meeting clientele. She looks to you. Right, Kermit, Grung, still owe a bit of debt, but easily payable, and you've already gotten your 4 grand payment from the last hunt. The boss is interested in having you protection duty with another group of adventurers that he has found investment in. Are you interested? It could pay off the rest of your debt.
Yeah, I'm interested. What's the pay?
Well, if you protect them enough, you'll be free of your debt with the binding with Master Bermadier. And we
Okay,
can
I'm in.
Right, as she immediately taps a few more, what looks to be like a small mechanical device, and you feel a clank on your hand. Or rather, what you do feel is a gauntlet that has the Bloodstone emblem, which is only visible, as you already understood, only visible to you and to those who bear that particular emblem. It's not for those who have badges or other trinkets, but those who have truly been aligned to the Bloodstone family.
Okay.
Right. You will meet some of our other contacts who are scattered about in these wildlands, but otherwise, yes. The duration of this mission will be until they complete whatever they're doing, and your survival is also paramount, but also theirs. So upon return, not only is your debt going to be clean slated with Master Bermudir, but you will also be getting a compensation of, and she starts calculating, and I want you to roll me 3d8.
Okay.
Oh shit, one sec.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Considering the dangers that we're hearing right now, you will be given a currency equivalent to about 7,000 platinum.
Okay. I'll do it.
Great, please follow me. As she immediately steps back, starts walking around. Just so you know, you will not get your payment until after they have finished their mission.
Okay.
Shit. I don't remember how to walk.
So when you move your token, just hit key, grab the arrow thing and press Q.
Oh.
And it'll just show.
Okay.
It's just something
Yeah.
of flavoring or just maneuvering, but we can kind of see.
Yeah.
So as she gets to over here, she presses a few parts of the wall, which it begins to open up. And then she adds, well, I guess we'll have to make your introductions to the other party. And as that is happening, our dear group, who have just asked a very particular question, and continuing on, as Cinder, you're closest, you can see that Bermudir touching the side of his eye or his head, just making a few mumbling noises, or at least seems like he's talking to somebody. Lady Monroe is the one who speaks up. Well, seeing as how this might be a little bit costly, may I ask as to why you wish to speak with Null?
Could glean some information about how to stop Ed. You know, the usual thing I'm trying to contact anything about.
Fair enough. Sadly, the direct way to contact Noel would be one of his temples, and last I heard, one of them was in Cormier, which was, well, it met an unfortunate ending, at least the capital.
Besides that, Null doesn't talk unless Null is interested in you.
Exactly.
Tiernan, the fact is, I've already been talking to Null.
You say this out loud? Syndra?
Just a second.
Okay.
Let me find out if I do. No, the actually way she would put it is, well, I haven't been talking to Null, I have been talking to someone similar enough to be of use, so it's a moot point.
Oh,
Well, unfortunately, I am unable to help you with that particular endeavor of contacting a deity of death, especially because of that particular aspect. I'd rather not have the eyes of death upon my being anytime soon, or at least in my general direction.
yeah, I've already died once. Wasn't too great.
I guess a cleric of some decent skill had revived you.
No, actually, it was me and. Oh shit, she's gone now.
Speaking of gone, Kermit, you come out through the entryway, or at least through various winding paths.
Oh, one sec.
Sure thing.
Where am I?
You are right behind this individual.
Oh. How do I place my token?
Just click and drag.
It's not showing on my screen at all.
From the from like where you,
Yes.
from where it's on the side. You can just click and drag it from there.
Yeah, my bad.
No worries.
It's a learning experience.
It's been a while since you used Roll20.
Yep.
Yeah, it has.
There you go. Alright.
Like
So,
a while.
about almost a year, I think, now. Maybe a
Yeah.
little. But, again, the halfling is directing you, says, please follow me, you'll be meeting your new crew. And as she gets here, she immediately calls out, Master Bermadeer, I brought your... it seems like it's all you people again. Greetings. Yes, this is... Master Bermadeer, Kermit has answered your call for hired aid. I will leave the pleasantries between the two of you. As she very deftly moves around past you. And as she does so, she just kind of leans over to you, Kermit, and just says, do your best.
Well, I guess I'm your hired help. And then I'm also going to, because there's an elf in this party, obviously, I see. I'm going to also greet them in Elven, because I can speak elf. Just to impress them.
Fucking what did he just say?
Honestly, I'm going to just ignore it.
You're gonna just see everyone else on the other table just looking.
I've never heard someone speak in cursive before.
No, I have. It's very annoying. Especially when
Sindra just turns to Tyrion and just like spews out some like poetic bullshit.
I started
in Elvish.
comic.
You know what's the best part? You know what's the best part about that? I can understand both of you. It's
Oh.
I'm bad. I'm just like hear both of you just spewing out bullshit.
It reminds me, how long until I get a grasp of the Draconic language?
You should already got a good grasp of it now, so
So I can write it in?
yes, I will allow it.
Tyrion will stop bickering. Look over at Kermit. Oh.
Bruh.
What does he look like? How tall is he?
Well,
I'm like 3 feet.
Wait, I need to check my sheet.
Somebody's here and you can feel tall about.
I think I might be taller than him. I'm 3'4".
yeah, so Kermit, please describe yourself to the group.
Did we put my weight and height?
Yeah, I think you already did, didn't you? I think it was, you were like...
Look over to the bio.
Oh, yeah, we did. I'm 50 pounds and I'm 3 foot tall.
I got 5 pounds on you.
And I'm a barbarian. Big things come in small packages.
Yeah, right. Front lines are not even 4 foot tall.
Wait. So who's tallest, Ari or Oberina?
Let me look. I don't even think I put over in this. 5'5". Not that tall.
I have
Wait.
5'10".
Yeah,
Wait.
not that tall.
Syndra's taller than Oberina? Oh my god.
I put her like close to average female height.
Syn's only 5'7", which is short for an elf.
Shit, why am I tall?
Well, technically, I'm a half elf anyway, so that would make more sense.
How tall is Mavis?
apparently really short. I just put numbers.
Actual word numbers.
Well, I just heard that's short for an elf, and I'm like, I'm shorter. So I don't know what I did wrong.
That's perfectly fine.
It doesn't matter. Like, it really doesn't really work.
I was gonna say.
It's just it's just for flavor. Remember, for all listeners, it's just for flavor. But sometimes I will put the height thing just for fun.
Orange is like 2 foot.
Binge?
I'm only a couple of inches taller than Cinder.
Actually,
On his sheet.
Yeah,
Benj is like what? Benj is like close to 3 something because he's low 3s.
What? I thought he was average human sized.
he's
He's like 5'2".
No, I thought he was
God.
smaller than that.
so I have his sheet, or rather, I have his personal bio sheet. He is 6 foot. The thing is that he stoops.
Really?
Yeah, he's just a flat
For some
6.
reason, I was under the impression he was smaller than Karen.
Because he stoops a lot and he wears heavy armor, so he looks
that makes more
smaller.
sense.
He looks smaller than me.
6 foot. God damn.
I think it's because the image doesn't do him any justice.
No, he
Yeah.
again, as I said,
Really
he stoops a lot, so he looks shorter than he actually is.
Alright, that makes sense.
Imagine him out of his armor.
No, he's actually the person in this party is the tallest.
You know what's the worst part is now I just imagine fucking Binge and like, you know what, everyone gets on their knees and puts their shoes on their knees. That's just Binge in his armor. He's just on his knees in his armor.
Honestly,
He has
it
very
is.
flexible knees.
Honestly, it is.
It doesn't have shins anymore.
Burmadier, as you guys are doing quick little discussions here, Burmadier just goes, right, Kermit, you can have a seat there or with them. Just
The new kid at the lunch table. Alright, I'm just gonna go say, here.
Curiosity, Miser. Do I know what it is?
Hmm?
With all the sailing.
Do you know what he is?
Do I know what a grung is?
Oh yeah, for sure. You're not. You definitely have encountered some grung slaves and captured exotic specimens.
Well, I suppose I would shake a hand, but ill condition.
Yeah, my hands are sticky.
Not just that, but you also got poisonous skin too. So.
Oh yeah, yeah.
How many grung have I eaten?
Roll me first. First roll me a d100, Tyranid.
Oh my fucking god. Oh
8.
my god, Jesus.
All right, now I'm just gonna roll this.
I will be honest. I feel like there needs to be a roll table for any time anything like a lizard folk has eaten a myconid or the grung.
Yes. There is actually a table in my head right now at this moment, but because of where Tyranid lives, it was an extremely low chance. And when I say extremely, he just happened to roll the exact number he needed.
How am I not surprised?
So
This story.
you had encountered grung before Tyranid. Not as pirates or traders, but more of a exotic caravan or captured grung from other individuals. Now the question is,
Oh, so instead of eating them, it was more like freeing them.
yeah, I was gonna ask, like, would you actually eat captured slaves or people who were caged?
No, him and Cinder are a very strangely similar mindset. From the trauma of his past, if he ever saw somebody in chains, the person on the other end of those chains was dinner.
Okay, so now here's the other question. Would you actually know? Roll me a wisdom.
Okay. 20.
Okay, so you figured the ones that you saved, they were also very dehydrated. And you tried to wash them up or give them some water through the salt water. They didn't quite go too well with it. Energized them just a bit, but it was not enough for what they were, so you, with at least the enough wisdom that you do have, understood that they're freshwater, so they're more inland than coastal.
Ah, so really not my problem.
Exactly.
Fly them over to the next lake, airdrop them, and leave.
Pretty much.
And go home and have really weird dreams.
I mean, touching them did feel weird, but you probably figure it's not really their intent. It's just tingly.
Yeah.
But
Tiernan goes back to his seat. And... Why the hell is he here?
So, Tiernan, as you ask that question, Bromir just finally, right, so he's one of my many mercenaries, and I can vouch for his fighting ability. And considering that there are many who put investment into you guys, also helpful information, as he gives a slight nod to Syndra's direction. Perhaps an extra hand to help you forward. Especially, you never know when you might be ambushed by some competitors. Kermit,
Is Tiernan a half dragon?
as far as you can tell, yeah, as far as you can tell, he's a small blue scaly guy.
How many of his people have I eaten?
You can roll me a D100.
Oh, Kong Frank.
In fact, this is the first time you encounter someone like Tiernan. Or anything like
Okay.
Tiernan. You've seen bigger things like him, but they try to eat you, and they usually go underground and did not have weapons. They were more like four-legged, angry bull monsters.
I have so many concerns.
But
What was just that?
but
As the front line sizing each other up. Shut up, Bard.
yes. So
Oh,
anyway,
sorry, I'll remember to not slow them next time so you can get fucking pummeled.
We're two wizards looking at each other like lunch.
yeah, pretty much. Vanish just kind of huddled into his suit of armor, which almost looks like, to you, Kermit, he probably looks like a turtle, a turtle, because you have encountered turtles before.
Yeah.
But anyway,
And just in case you haven't, and Mavis, don't shake his hand to touch him. It's dangerous.
Kermit just holds his hand out like.
Kermit, you do know that people touching you tends to make them feel sick because of your poisonous skin condition. Anyway,
I wondered why everybody fell asleep after touching me.
I'll just put a mage hand out to shake his hand, 'cause I ain't touching that shit.
right, anyway, as we get back down to business in this part here, Kermit is one of my available mercenaries that are left currently, as some of the others have now been taking up jobs either guarding or patrolling, well, Stormforge, as they entered as you were all leaving. And some others are doing coastal duties, since both of those don't really work well for at least Kermit. I believe it'll be more useful to send him out into the Wildlands with backing you up, or vice versa. Either way, he looks over to you, Kermit. As you already know what the contract entails, I expect you to be at your best behavior. At least.
Yep, I'm here so nobody dies.
Good. Lady Monroe, the sea is back. Well, the stage is back to you now, since I already done my share. She kind of looks very unimpressed with everything that's before her right now. And then, once more, opens up her fan to really consider things, or at least as if to politely hold her tongue, then closes it again. Right, and I believe you're all heading to the Emerald Star to handle whatever business is down there.
Yes, that is the idea, I believe.
Good. How long do we expect you to head out? I believe was 3 days or nights or something of the matter, since she looks over to you, Mavis. I believe you made a commission work for someone.
I did. Thank you for reminding me.
Yes, the new mage here is sporadic, eccentric to say the least. Very well. Do you have any other concerns or questions to ask? Well, at least I am available here.
I did, but I didn't think it would be great to have an audience for that question.
And in your mind, you do hear from Lady Monroe's voice. And which question would that be besides null?
Do I know if she can hear me back?
Oh, yeah. You literally feel like there's a weird connection. You don't know why, it's just there.
Sindra kind of just turns and just locks up. It kind of doesn't, in a polite way, but that way of, talking. Kind of locks eyes and just says, "Well, I'd like to hear about obsidian dragons."
Is it because of your name?
Oddly enough, yes, considering it's a written down thing, passed from black dragon to black dragon.
Everyone else, you do see like there's like this intense stare, which is for almost for a brief moment. Actually, everyone that has a perception, passive perception of 16 and higher, you can roll me the perceptions score or check.
1 point low.
Well, you don't need to, Syndra, because she's literally targeting you. That's why.
You said 15 or higher?
Yes.
Hell,
Oh, you said 15?
Yes, if you have a passive perception of 15 or higher, you can roll a perception.
That's
Go
half.
team.
Did I roll the wrong one?
No, hold on. I think your... Let me just check your...
Passive wisdom is 15.
Yes, no, it was just your thing is on GM, that's why. There we go.
Oh,
But I will take the 8 because I can see it from my thing.
Oh my
Yeah.
god,
So-
guys.
Unfortunately, none of you actually really see it. You should see that all of you can see that she is staring at Syndra very intently. And she just nods for a brief moment, says this out loud. Well, I suppose you will all find me at least here, if not at my home. Since I do enjoy running the blood matches here and there for the excitement of all those who enjoy fighting. Anything else before we conclude this short, brief meeting?
No, I believe that's everything we need from you, ma'am.
Good. Now you may all enjoy yourselves, at least with the bounties that the port city of Manzato can offer you until you make your leave, which, as I'm understanding, 3 days from now. Make your preparations, spend what you must, collect what gear you need. I'm sure there's plenty more that's awaiting you in those lands, and perhaps maybe you can entertain us by capturing some of the more savager beasts that are in the jungles. And with that, Bermanier gets up, gives you all a nod. Since this is usually the ladies' Lady Monroe's private VIP lounge, she will basically be here however she feels like, but I have business to tend to. Kermit, as I said, keep those contracts in mind, and you should be fully, well, scot-free afterwards. With that, he'll make his way. With the last member get your names. There we go. It was Vincent. So, Vincent Dario, this individual, looking at all of you, is like, right, and I believe you wish to go see your pet raptors. I'm still trying to figure out as to why I had a total of 5 when there's more of you now.
We picked up some
One of us
people along
is
the way.
dead.
Yes, at least from what I understand, it seems like something happened and there's... No, I don't think my memory is messed up, but... Anyway, this way. I see I was making his way.
Just out of curiosity, Miser, was it say I stay behind while everybody leaves kind of moment, or
Yeah, that's up to you.
okay?
Lady Monroe, or rather, Brumadier made it clear, like, she's going to stay because that's her VIP room. She owns it.
Everyone else get the fuck out.
Pretty much. She's just being very polite about it.
Miser, I completely forgot, just so you know. I forgot I got expertise at 10, so I threw it in perception and insight. That is my bad, because I forgot again.
Okay.
I forgot about that.
But you rolled that result, so...
Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna change my result or anything. It's just so you know that when my number just changes if I roll perception again.
That's fine. Because I know you guys leveled up last week, so...
Yeah. I literally did everything but that.
It happens. And Lady Monroe, once more, with her daughter, who is quietly just observing everything, and to those who are watching her, you can see that she has a book on the side, and seems like she is taking small notes here and there. Kermit, you are on the same table as she is, and you clearly see that she is writing something in a language you cannot understand. And Lady Monroe simply adds, yes, well, as I said, I will be here until the next matches begin, which will be in a while since everyone is in a quite an upset for losing so much money when you all felled a large beast there, which I must thank you all. Now we'll have something worthwhile to eat later.
Always glad to help. Go, Mitch.
Yes, sir.
It sounded like you said bitch.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
That's what I thought so too.
Marina.
Ari, why don't you catch the new gent up to speed?
Ari just paused.
No, this could get worse, could get better. All depends on the day. He's watching his head is stretching as she's walking. I wonder if the other person's shop is open. We didn't go in.
No, you didn't.
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, let's give it a look before we head out. Probably going to be waiting for the other one anyway. So what does Kermit look like? Because I know we kind of jumped off that outside of a grunt. Just so like the general description.
I will leave that to Kermit himself to explain how he looks to everyone. Kermit? Or Salad?
Graham Hilt?
Sorry, my mic was muted for some reason.
Ah, okay.
Like 3 foot tall, like green and red frog folk, about 50 pounds, animals and other bones incorporated into my armor for like decoration and trophy.
Oh, okay.
So like picture like a savage bounty hunter frog.
Yeah, that's what I was getting, which...
Do we see any weapons?
Yay.
Yeah. You see a giant one-handed sword hanging on my side, like made of bone.
Awesome.
It is a very misshapen sword. It should be considered a great sword, but the handle's that of a one-handed sword.
So we inquired someone from the Savage Ship.
Also, when we're walking by, Kermit sees this fountain and immediately dives in. I have to. So I guess I have to get my water, or I need to stay in water for long periods of time.
Yep, you dive into, there's a small fountain there, and all the guards kind of just look at you. At first, they're ready to start a fight, but then they take a better look at you, and they're just like, "Oh, it's him, right? Why does he make a keep entrance like that?" And we will
be worried about that as we're going along.
and we'll get back to you
He's
guys.
gonna die if we go to the desert.
Okay, so away from the burning lands.
Do you remember what we talked about?
Yes, they are in the DM rulings. You just click on the so when you go onto your list of features and traits,
Yeah.
click on it, and you will see that there is a small thing called DM ruling. So keep those in mind, and if you have to click on them, click on the chat bubble part of it, and it
Okay.
should present itself to the others. But for now, you don't need to worry about them since it's not an issue at this moment.
No, but when they said I can't go to the burning lands, remember what we talked about?
Well, again, I made that change, so we'll worry about that when we get to it. But right now, you're going to the jungles, so that's a different area. We'll get to it, but changing scenes quickly, we get to have a private conversation with Lady Monroe and that of Sindra Gallos. And Sindra, you who are well versed and knowledgeable with magic, you see that the daughter starts messing around with the book and very easily starts using what looks to be like a very fashionable, beautiful looking quill, writes something down, taps the page, and there is a quick burst of bright light, with Lady Monroe simply adding, "Thank you, dear. At least I won't have to expend too much of my energy, and it seems you've improved making a barrier for us." The daughter just quietly nods, resuming her writing and reading. And Lady Monroe stares at you. "Now, I believe you were curious about the Sedostra name?"
Well, you know, it is one thing when you take a name and then find a legend written down in a book later on from your great-grandfather.
Yes, I definitely smell the scent of Daggeroth on you somehow. I thought it was just that ring there.
No, that was something new. Most of the other things that he's done.
Wiggle, she just kind of holds her very beautiful, dainty hands up and starts wiggling the fingers.
Yes. You're very observant, knowledgeable things.
Well, let's just say I'm quite good in more than just simply reading minds, child. At least at my age.
Yes, I am curious. That, and why not ask an expert, considering she had emotions out the door. You see the other one. He doesn't study his history much.
Well,
Never.
in his particular case, he is also of a new breed, since he's definitely not a thoroughbred as some others would go out of their way to claim it. Besides, don't be so informal. Come, sit at my table, as she taps with her fan. Good. It feels so awkward when you had to sit so far away when you could just sit right there.
I didn't mean to.
If it was an offense, I would certainly let you know. Now, that being said, well, if we were talking about offenses, you would take the right approach of keeping distance with my mate. Otherwise, he would incinerate everyone along with the half the house, or half the port city. Thankfully, he's been doing better at keeping his rage in check. But returning back to, I suppose, you and Tyrann's situation. Both of you are still whelps, really. So I understand that while you took the academic approach, Tyrann, just like my oldest son, and, well, all three of my sons, tend to be more muscle brain, or at least they approach their education through the physical manner. Now to the point, Sedosha. Well, from what I can tell, you're certainly of a grain, but not a whole. Tell me, have you ever heard of this particular saying? How many grains of sand is needed to make a castle to live in?
Well, similar one, yes, but not that exact metaphor.
I'd be most worried if you had. I just made that one up right at the spot. But
I think the one I heard was something about how much gold does it take to make build a castle or something like that. I can't remember. Yes.
yes, but while similar sayings, the sand, however, is what you are, or at least a small grain. You heard the legend of Sedrosa, yes?
Well, the legend that I have of Cinder Gallows, well, Cindros, here is that, she kind of does, she'll pull out the book, the heck with it. It was a rough translation that Holikon got down that I believe was passed on from either Daggeroth, who had the name before me, but yeah, became Daggeroth when he exceeded mortality.
I never understood why many would want to become a Draco Lich. Yes, immortality is tempting and all, but in the end we all are destined to die at some point or another, to return to the wheel. To become a Draco Lich is to defy that particular process, and to feed off of those who must keep your existence running. But Daggeroth is not of my interest at this moment. I am referring to Cerades, your, well, the Obsidian Dragon Thane.
Yes. I mean, that's the thing. The only legend that I know is that she did some affront that Sarador found so overwhelmingly horrible, or whatever, and poofed her out of existence, and then all of the other obsidian dragons were exiled.
Hmm. Now, let us put a hypothetical question here. But is that the only legend that's out there? Is that the only truth that makes it the truth?
It's a legend. It doesn't mean it has any truth to it at all. That's just the story that I know about it.
So let's throw a hypothetical question then. Little grain of Cerides. What's the worst thing that could happen to a dragon? The absolute worst thing.
The absolute worst thing that could happen to a dragon. Well, I would say it would be an irony more than anything. Which would be to be imprisoned and placed as a part of someone else's board.
True. What's the process of that happening?
Outside of some divine situation, the only other possibility would be botched attempt to become a big dracolich.
To which Null would be more than happy to rectify that particular situation. At least one of the facades. No, my dear, the worst thing that could happen to a dragon is to be, as you were close to the answer, to be sundered. Ask Tyrannin, how did he feel having his soul sundered into two parts? It's pretty obvious for us true dragons to see the deformity of his soul. You who are not born a dragon but yet have dragon blood in you are not yet seen with that particular sight, but in due time, perhaps should you give up more of your... She kind of pauses to give it a bit of a dramatic flair, but you kind of see her fingers moving in a way. Extra bloodlines out and distilling it more toward draconic heritage. You'll start gaining a particular sight once you reach a certain age. That being said, being sundered, what do you think would a tiny little piece of what was once a whole would want more than anything else?
Well, the pieces would want to be back together.
Yes. Now, I'm sure you have spent some time reading the Book of the World from my mate's library.
So hypothetically, because I have a feeling I got where this is going, you're telling me Cerides got destroyed because Cerides wanted to go back to being part of the bigger whole.
And all I had to do was just lead you on a small little cookie trail. And you got the answers before even having to follow it. The mind certainly has its restraints. The souls have their own agendas now that they've been separated to their more compact forms. And you, but a small grain of a whole, have your own mind. That's not to say that another grain could also want something different.
Let me ask you a different kind of question on that.
If I know
Similar
the
vein.
answer. But go ahead.
Because it's something that's always perplexed me about it when I got to thinking about it. You know, not that I've had that much time after reading the book of the world, but one can't help but think that each dragon, particularly, by the scales, represents some part of Io during the tearfall, some part of him. But it brings me to one very odd question that I just can't seem to quite determine. Obsidian's not a gemstone. Why weren't they onyx? Unless obsidian dragons don't come from Io.
Finally, someone actually asked that particular question. They are not. But I'm sure you also read that there were other types of dragons out there. And they are considered true dragons of our kind, just not the three main factions, as you would call them.
Yes, but some of them could be determined. I mean, Cataclysm Dragon, according to some of the theory, would be that a dragon chose to become back to its primal self. But
Wait.
also possibly that a primal overtook a dragon with extreme amount of power and, well, it couldn't maintain it, so it just became what it is.
Yes, the one particular primal, or at least my mates and I thought it was a cataclysm dragon that was bothering our shores for a while. Would you know that the thing became immune to our flames and psionic abilities after a few hits? It was quite vexing. We weren't sure why was it that it had such immunity. My mate was quite interested in taking its divinity and using it for himself, but removal of such an annoying competition was just as favorable.
Theoretically, I believe it was some kind of primal and lung dragon at best, judging from the shape.
Yes, but to the point of the question, dragons are, or rather, the soul of a dragon, the very essence of it, from our originator Io, is quite malleable, don't you think?
Actually, I think that's quite the more interesting problem. Because I have a theory as to why dragons happened. And I have a theory of why dragons maintain themselves.
Oh, this should be good. Do share.
Well, as we read in the book, Null views most dragons as dust of beings, fragments, pieces, whatever, without seeing the greater scenario. which is that Io succeeded in a most interesting way. But I don't think Mel sees it. But at the end of the day, what does every dragon want to do? It wants to have its hoard and protect it, correct?
Yes, which is interesting.
And what reason did Io go to war with the primals over? To protect his hoard. But as one being, considerable amounts of his hoard were destroyed. So, what's a way to maintain yourself and win when you are a being that has such an ability? You break yourself off into hundreds, thousands of yourself. And the legacy of everything more or less is secured, is it not?
A strange, endless cycle, but a cycle that must eventually end. Thankfully, we seem to have some sort of gift to keep persisting.
So theoretically, and this is because what tipped me off, you know what they call small nodules of obsidian, right?
Read that one more time.
Syndra says, just out of curiosity and what tipped me off to something, you know what they call small nodules of obsidian, right?
Not off the top of my head, but do go on. This was a
They
DM.
call them tears.
So
Did you need me to repeat that, Miser?
that's perfectly fine. Tears. Okay. That's something that the DM did not know.
Yeah, they actually call them Apache tears, but there's no Apaches in this game. So I did.
But anyway,
All come together.
Lady Moreau has
Salad,
this.
we got some background noise coming from you.
For mine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that was fucking weird.
You might need to also turn your audio thing from the Roll20.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Yeah. You can just go to the cog thing there, and there should be an audio thing. You can just turn off your audio input.
Well, adjusted.
Yeah. So, Leia Moreau,
So I guess. Yeah, go ahead.
she looks very intrigued by your answer, and adds, well, so are you saying that the obsidian dragons are the tears of Io?
No.
Oh, and I thought you were going to be poetic about it. As there's a smirk on her face. That's very
Sin
amusing.
looks at her. I mean, it's far more poetic, isn't it? The tears of Nell.
That smirk, while there's still a smirk on her face, the eyes don't match it. Slowly, she turns that smirk into a neutral expression. Yes, which I understand your friend Tyrannon's desire to meet or contact Null, but I strongly recommend against it. And sadly, I do not know how to contact such a being.
No, I fully did not expect anyone to. That legend extends long enough to know that no one talks to Null unless Null wants to talk to them.
Indeed.
But go to the underworld. Myself and Adore. And while it never really clicks because you're just like, oh, this is just a being by the name Death, you never really remember that there's always one death at the beginning of it all. As you said, the different facets. Just have to be careful it's not the Reaver, right?
Indeed. The one that wishes everything gone. Or, well, depending on which perspective you see the Reaver, encourages death, encourages the Dracoliches, encourages the destruction of the wheel. But
It's actually what concerns me more right now. So I have a bad feeling that that's Ed's goal. Just to become the fucking Reaver.
if such a mage wishes to become such a being, they had to contest for that sort of power. If such theories and madness is indeed in that particular case, it would be dangerous for us all. Though, as one who, as old as I am and as my mate as well, we had not yet encountered or at least felt the presence of this mage. And from what my understanding, or at least from what I heard back at the manor, he is of the Nerenese Empire, the mage empire that took the power of the goddess of magic for themselves, or at least one of their fools did.
Yes.
Imagine, magic of that era that surpassed even the 9th level, and even enchanted magical weapons beyond that of the... I believe usually most magical items would take only a third or fourth amount of magic power before the vessel breaks.
Well, I mean, there is a general story that the one who tried to take the power of a god did turn another mage into a lich just to spite him. And that tells you a lot about their insanity. The real curiosity, though, is I had a rumor from some kind of oracle that the Netherese Empire was going to come back. At least in the future that I believe it is. Another 100 years.
100 years, Oracle. That looks something I can look forward to then. And as she says this, we're going to shift the conversation or the scenes to the group. About 15 minutes into time, as Tyrion and Binge are heading toward the shop here. The door is open, or rather cracked open. Tyrion, as you approach, you feel heat. And the clinking noise of what sounds to be like a hammer on anvil.
How many blacksmiths do they need here? He opens the door.
You open the door and you see a very large figure hunched over.
Oh my god. I love him. Is that a miner's light or a drill? Pardon me, though.
No reaction to you opening the door. There's just tink, 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 tink. You working on us.
Tyrion just, as he's walking through the door, are you open?
Not yet. Still need to get the forge ready. Probably ready by the end of the day, or maybe tomorrow.
Alright.
Accidentally just walks out.
Would my crossbow be ready yet?
Not yet, because it's only been. Wow, I really. The few times I dislike living in New York is when there's so much sirens going about.
Is this a magic shop?
Basically think of it like a black market kind of deal.
No, yeah, I know. But the one beside the Cyclops shop, right?
Oh yeah, that's definitely a magic shop.
Yeah.
Okay, can I go in there?
Yeah, sure. You can go. Wow, what is going on outside?
New York, man.
Who did you anger?
I know, but I was like,
What
man,
did you piss off in New York?
that I do. But Kermit, as you step in,
Okay.
you see a witch who is currently on her table, is in the middle of working on a crossbow, and by her side are what looks to be like two men with pumpkin heads.
I'm looking for an item.
And she just mumbles at first to you, or at least in your direction, well, still focused on the crossbow as she is, it's like she's tinkering with it in a very haphazard way. Just says, specify what items are you looking for.
And I see her, like, stock from where.
Oh yeah, sure. Let me just get her stock up. Where is her sheet? Because she is currently as traveler. Here we go.
Okay. Okay, I don't see anything I want. I'm leaving. I walk out without saying anything.
Well, beginning.
Of course.
And simple-minded people at this point in my life.
Yeah, no, that's pretty much what she's thinking. Is like, right, don't need any particular individuals that are unrefined to the special arts. And she still continues tinkering on to the crossbow in front of her. Head down further. You do see some of the other people. Larry and Sandra are still chatting at the front. Or at the very least, it's mostly Larry who's talking, and Sandra is just kind of sitting semi-bored.
Like everyone when an adult tries to talk shop with you.
Pretty much.
Maybe worried about Syndra going on long bouts of conversation.
Probably, but how the hell are we gonna stop her?
Or you shake your head. No. That's pretty normal, actually.
I mean, there are ways to get knowledge, I understand, but then there's just, I don't know, pushing it a little too much. Never was one to mess with a rich type. Just prefer casual shows more than anything. So I'm surprised none of you have heard of me before. At least, though, I could assume some of you probably wouldn't care to explicitly mention it.
I mean, for those that want to know if they have heard of Obrina, you can roll me a history. It will be just a flat history, though.
Yeah, I doubt it, but I might as well try.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god!
Sorry.
Yeah, sure.
You know,
Alright.
that makes way too much sense, actually, considering what you did.
Cool.
Good job, team.
Yay.
Well, potentially, probably not, though.
Potentially, but probably not.
Probably not.
Unfortunately, Bench does not get a roll because he's never been in that world, so he's an off-worlder. So, but will Tyrion want to roll or no? That's what I want to ask.
Nope.
Okay,
I was gonna say he does not give a fucking
that's perfectly fine. So going from less the lowest roll to highest. So Kermit, never heard of it. I mean, you've heard plenty of better singers or bards maybe from those of your tribe, and some stories you may have heard from other people when you did your mercenary work.
Songs.
Yep. So this Oberina sounds more like a dime of a dozen. Arizel, you've been too busy off seas and sometimes on shores, but other times you're also dealing with the situation with the red fox and coping mechanisms, so not really much time to be looking for particular individual bards that were outside of your peripheral view or your hit list.
Yep.
Finally, Mavis. I just want to check my phone for a second. I do apologize, everyone, for the stream.
when you know something.
Yeah. Anyway. It's also because I've been hearing a lot more police cars, so that's why I had to keep an eye
Oh
out.
yeah, I got you.
So, anyway. Mavis, however, you had heard of Oberina. At least, you heard of a very exotic bard minstrel who was a eccentric hunter of lore and plenty of myths and legends and the like. You also...
Did I just?
Hmm?
I was gonna say, did I just know this in passing, or did someone tell me, or what?
You remember this actually in both passing and also because Akra was the one who told you about this individual.
Fucking course.
I knew
I knew
it.
that.
I knew it.
I knew it was gonna go through like that.
Me too. Okay.
I feel like something has been said here, and I'm now, as a DM, as the one who's clueless now.
No,
But-
no. It's just funny because I was like in the back of my mind, it's gonna fucking swing back to Akra.
Yep.
Well, anyway,
Oh.
that being said, you do remember that Agra had mentioned about at least Oberina in passing, saying that yes, there was an eccentric lore hunter and one that liked to spin a lot of tales and music and stories.
Probably one of.
Speaking of, I'm gonna open the book. I'm gonna write Agra's name, and then do we? No, we don't. We didn't really have an idea. Oh wait. The version. I don't know how this is gonna work. Okay, I'm gonna put write Agra, and then the version that is the LXXX one, and I'm gonna put a question mark.
So you're just writing the okay. So you're trying to confirm the identity.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted. All right, that's what I just wanted to clear up. So, roll me the D100.
Oh, 36.
36. Okay. Let me roll this for reply. Okay. Let me just make sure it's not a repeat. Okay, it's that one. Cut, paste, and update.
Oh, for once I didn't have to like re-close
one of my more famous plays outside of the Timeless Kingdom. It's called a Midwinter's Fantasy. Fucking joke for anyone that actually gets it.
My throat hurts now from just laughing.
Dear God.
I'm just writing it down now. Midwinter's Fantasy. Okay.
Google it. It goes deeper. Don't worry.
I mean,
Well, very
since Maeve is the only one who rolled the high history, you can roll me a history again at advantage because you landed on that successful 22.
What am I doing?
You roll history at
Oh.
advantage, yeah.
Sorry, I was just talking while Mavis was writing the book.
I also have another thing to write in the book, but not quite yet.
Alright, so let me know.
Probably on 10.
Well, as far as you can remember, Akra did seem to be a bit of a fan of Oberina's plays. Was it something that you'd be interested in listening to Akra talk about? Is the question. Because you landed on a 10, so it's more of like a neutral number right now.
Okay.
So that's why I'm asking you as a DM to player / character. Would Mavis be interested in listening to Akra babble on about her own interests?
About her own interests, yes, but Mavis being interested in plays and stuff like that, no. So because she has a high level of care for Akra at this point because mom, but she sat there and enjoyed the company, but she honestly didn't give a shit about what she was talking about.
That is perfectly fine.
Sweet.
You were there. You remember being there for adopted mom's company, but all this stuff just flew over your head.
Yeah.
Like it.
Smiled and waved.
Yes.
Mom takes you to one of her favorite things, like, "Oh boy, honey, here you go." Immediately falls asleep.
Ellie! Sorry, my dog just.
It's all right. But yeah, so you do get an update on your book, Mavis, when you wrote that.
Do you think she'll catch up with us then as we go walking?
Yes.
Shall we wait?
As you say that, Oberina, that is exactly the time when if Syndra is heading out after them, or are you still talking? Is the question.
No, I figured everything got kind of answered, I guess.
All right. Maybe around that time you would rejoin with the group. I'll just.
Of course, she'll
Is it
be
just
very
me, or
polite.
is Kermit's token slightly too big?
Yes.
Oh, it is.
Yes.
I may have.
Liza.
Slightly.
I may have grabbed it without realizing it. Let's fix that up.
Nah, just got
Shouldn't I be like fucking super tiny?
No,
still medium, technically.
you're still medium, but I just realized I
Yeah.
did not quite fix the token because I grabbed it by the immediately on speed run. So this.
Pretty much the same size as everybody else.
Yeah, well, relatively speaking, yes.
It's a shame I couldn't be a giant frog.
For now.
Yeah.
Just need enlarge reduce, then you'll be a giant frog.
But
Oh, good, you're back. Where the hell are we going?
Well, first of all, I feel like one of us should go check Banana's weird deficiency problems and make sure that's been corrected.
Well, hopefully they're finally feeding him meat.
What is a banana?
Yes, I'm kind of curious on why you're feeding. Did you have an awakened banana?
No. Adoria was weird, discovered bananas, thought they were the best thing in the fucking universe, and decided to name her Raptor after it.
Was she on drugs the whole time while she was with you?
The weird part is no.
She was a druid.
Maybe.
She was one of those druid types that spoke druish.
What is that? I hate that. Shut up. Oh my god. She only talked to guys named Drew, aka Drewish.
You know, it just comes out, you know, like everybody thinks, you know, it's gotta be some like beautiful language. Drew.
Why does it sound like Groot with like a lot more steps? Odd.
So I'm gonna ask, okay, what's wrong with your raptor?
Oh, she thought it was vegan.
Okay.
Was
So
you sure she wasn't on drugs? Like, at all?
Again, possibly, but
I did catch her talking to her mushrooms, and not like, you know, Duffy or Duffma. I meant like
Duff?
lunch pigs.
Wait, what's a Duffmon?
Did you get to meet the new chef at the guild?
No.
He
I was
did
just
not.
busy enjoying my wine after a show.
Well, Duffy is one of the new chefs, my understanding, and he is one of the was the term spore child of Duffy. The Myconids, I think.
Oh, I know a few of them. A few of the Drow were playing with them while I was giving them a show back in the day.
Emphasis on the word play with them.
Yeah, I know.
I just have this image of a drow like getting really freaking weird and like licking it.
Yeah, pretty much. This was the drug trip time. That's why she was asking, was she on drugs?
I mean, it's a possibility. I mean, I remember one time at Baldur's Gate, there was, well, you know, there was the drug houses, and then there was the she motions towards Kermit. The toad houses.
Right.
You know, I mean, I've never seen so many depraved souls that licking drug.
Well, you'd be surprised. People try to lick me. It's got very fucking weird.
Yeah, I've been licked too a couple times.
That you had, especially by very large snakes that thought you were tasty.
Yeah, and then they immediately fucking were tripping balls. I used to wonder how often do doors eat grunts?
As you say that, Harry passes by and stops for a brief second, looks over to you, says, "Only the ones that are very confident of their constitution."
Well, I thought doors were just naturally resistant to that kind of thing.
Yes, to alcohol.
Most poisons, yes.
And he kind of continues on. He's actually, as he passes by, you all see he's walking with a very large bag of gold.
Well, see, at least his bet paid off.
Of course.
Mine did too.
Now, was Theron and said, do we have any plans at the moment? Or just outside of eating a banana meat? Which sounds very weird when said out loud.
It's a yellow velociraptor. No, not also, I think it's a video. I don't know much about dinosaurs, other than they usually have a lot of teeth.
Fucking would I know anything? This is a weird stretch.
No, you wouldn't.
Would I?
You can roll. Carmen, you can roll me a history.
Okay.
The DC those high
Wouldn't
ones.
wouldn't survival be better? Because I've survived.
No,
like,
actually-
Okay.
No, it would be nature actually. The closest thing you can think of is that they're just much more feral lizard folk,
Okay.
and instead of the moment of spending just even a moment of talking, it's more of either you trying to eat them or they're trying to eat you.
All right.
But Syndra, you do get a message in your head, and it is from Vincent Dario, and he just says, "Would you mind coming to the upper part of the market here? I just brought them down from their free roaming pen. Well, their free roam area. Took them a while to all gather up here. And he'll direct you all
Yes. Mr.
to this
Marcus.
direction.
Excuse us. Pardon me.
So I will just grab all the players, or at least who's left
Oh
here.
god, I'm afraid Banana has become feral.
Well, Vincent knew exactly how to feed and take care of certain creatures.
Good, because Adaria fucking didn't.
No, she didn't.
By talking to them, and that was a whole trip.
That wasn't the case. Alright, so as you arrive and get them back into out of the GM layer, you do see 5 more or less familiar looking raptors. As they're all looking at you very expectantly so, and Syndra, Syndra, Tyrannin, Arizel, roll me a d20 please.
Yep. Sure, that works.
Okay, so starting with Syndra. Let me just make sure it is the right one.
I'm not sure any of these are Alexandre.
One of them is. It's just that again, there was 5 raptors, so it was one of the 2, but this one, so you identify, I think you can move that. Which one of those you can move?
Neither of them.
Neither of them, huh. That is strange. Could have sworn I pulled the right one. 1 second, it might have been just a DM thing. I mean the token thingamajig. Let me just go back here. Oh, might be because of the... Yeah, alright, delete that one. Oh, of course. Because I did not give it the nameplate thing, that's why. There we go. You should be able to move that one.
Yep.
Yep, so going from each order, descending, Syndra, yours, Alexandre, approaches you respectfully and doesn't bum rushes you. Similar for you, Tyrannin, for man, it's gonna be a while. Varinar? Vanar?
Marinari, but yeah.
Varinar. You see that she approaches, but looks like she's almost ready to rush you. But it's more of like the whole I miss you mannerism. Arizel, I'm sorry, but yours fully rushes in up to you, almost trying to give you a hug.
Yes.
Yep.
You may
She
roll.
like stumbled back on her back. Because
Yes.
she got rushed.
Yes. Almost knocking Tyrion over by accident.
Yeah, well, I'm just like, I'm like, she's laughing as well as like reaching up and trying to like, kind of like as if a dog ran into you and you're just sitting there and just patting them and just giving them love. Essentially, that's what Ari's doing.
Yep. You do see the other two in the back looking confused. Looking around, sniffing the air.
Indra walks over to Banana, reaches into the bag and pulls out probably some piece of clothing of Adaria's.
Yep, and I already made his Banana's intelligence saving throw, which Mariner, you were there to see it. It was a nat 20.
The fucking fact that Banana passed pisses me off so much. I don't know why. I hate it.
Yeah, he looks more healthy, even though he still looks a little bit on the dopey side, but looks over to the piece of property of Adaria, nuzzles it, looks around, looks at it again, attempts to nip it to pick it up with its mouth. And I'm just actually Oberyn, roll the d20.
Oh no.
It still looks around. It looks right back at you, Syndra. It kind of goes.
Indra just kind of.
You got a little bit of the.
Indra just kind of.
It kind of snorts or breathes out really hard with its snout towards you.
She's really. Not really like in that sorrowful way, but just like walks over, like puts her hands on the sides of his face, looks in the eyes, kind of puts her forehead to its. She's gone.
I will roll his wisdom.
Come on, Banana.
It's not an advantage.
Oh my god, stop not 20, Banana!
It's not an advantage,
it.
but it was not an advantage. But I'll take the first roll, and
I love this chapter, but I fucking hate him.
tilts his head to the side, looks around again. There seems to be a bit of an understanding, if maybe a bit of sorrow in there. Mavis. Sorry, continue.
She just looks at her and Alexander back soon.
So,
Mavis. Come here, please.
I don't want to. May I remind you I'm wearing Adaria's dress? I'm a little scared.
Syndra, roll me the roll me your insight, please.
My insight.
Yes.
Oh, I saw the form. I was so happy for a minute there.
Yeah. You're pretty certain that Banana keeps looking in that direction because he smells
Oh,
Adaria's
fucking
the
God.
dress.
Sin just calls back.
Banana's gonna run up to her.
We have about a few seconds before I think she's going to come back there.
Okay. I'll make my way cautiously through everybody. Stay over by the wall. Oh, not in the wall, by the wall. Thank you.
Oh wait, where are you now? Did you just? I think you
I
disappeared.
think she's on the
Oh, there,
file.
oh, there she is. Okay,
I'm where?
I see. You're
No, I'm next to.
there.
Syndra.
There you are. Yep.
Ooh.
Weird thing with roll 20. I know.
Roll 20 is being weird because, yeah, Mavis is there back next to Ari.
Yeah, for me, yeah, as well.
Weird. Oh, there's
I'll
also.
buy her fresh and now she's fresh.
Yeah. Okay. But
Okay.
yeah. So Mavis now roll me a d20.
Yay. 9.
Well, Syndra, as you motion to Mavis to get closer, Banana, as he's been aptly been named by Adaria, looks confused. Looks at Mavis. Looks at you. Looks at the cloth. Looks at Mavis again.
Yeah, I don't agree with it either. I don't think the coloring works with our eyes, but
Hey.
Gets really close.
Adaria would have. This is Adaria's friend. This is Mavis. Do you take her back to where we are?
I really had to roll for wisdom for this poor guy, but
Come on, Banana, you rolled 2 nat 20s. You can get one more. I was joking.
No, shut up! Shit. Third one. Awesome. You're doing great, Banana.
Banana's gonna like come to a cliff and have to jump and just roll on that one and fucking die.
The difference
Oh
is
my
that
God,
guy
stop.
has some meat in his system.
I'm sorry. You were saying what would you say, Tyrion?
Oh, I was just saying the difference that when Banana finally has some meat in his system.
Yeah, he actually looks. He doesn't look malnourished.
Oh my god.
This fucking raptor.
So, with a brief moment of time, let me just make sure all players should be seeing these raptors. Mavis, for some reason, this raptor is very focused on you. Is not hostile.
Yeah.
Which I do need to change this now because currently, let me just make sure that the token is set right. So
Syndra kind of real slowly reaches into her bag, pulls out a piece of, like preserved meat, and puts it in Mavis's hand. Make sure you keep your hand flat. Teeth will take fingers.
Okay. She carefully holds out her hand.
animal handling at advantage.
Oh god.
Mm-hmm. Almost as if it had very good expert training.
The one thing I gave this thing.
Banana
Oh, come on.
very gingerly and carefully takes the piece of meat from you. Kind of just tilts its head sideways a little bit. Goes over, clams down. Starts eating it. There seems to be a thinking or thoughts behind the eyes, but you're not sure what this creature is thinking. But it is staring right at you. There's no hostility in it. It's just perplexed. In fact, the other raptors are chirping, which he too will occasionally chirp back to them. And congratulations. Currently, I think this raptor is, actually, Mavis, you can roll me an insight if you want.
Okey-doke. 18.
The best you can think of is that this raptor is under the suspicion thought of that you are Adaria or you're disguising yourself as Adaria.
Crap.
So congratulations, you got, congratulations, you guys, Mavis, you currently have, control of this particular raptor.
That fucking thing.
Why does everyone hate on Banana? I
Look
like
at him.
He's a fucking adorable.
That thing has like 2 neurons that call each other sometimes.
And they roll better than you, Jeebus. Everything rolls better than me.
Alright, Tyrion is going to look back to the back of the group. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 1. Alright, which one of you three... Did Side ever name his?
No,
No.
he never did. This one kind of looks more feral too. Just kind of looking at all of you.
Great.
Tyrion kind of pats Variar's nose. Alright. Which one of you three? We're gonna have to purchase other mounts for the other two, but we still have one more that is missing an owner.
I mean, how does this other one look?
Well.
Oh, sorry, go
Wait,
ahead.
it needs an owner?
So I mean, we're all gonna need mounts, so we're gonna have to probably purchase some from Vincent. We're gonna have to purchase 2 because we have Binge and you.
Not to be that person, but we might have to get a cart. I mean, I'm not. Binge is heavy, and the new guy. Kind of a risk, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to be that heavy. It's just my armor. You see Binge look very...
No, Binge, it's no offense. It's just you. Well, let's be honest. That thing, the arena sure picked you up and took you like a rag doll. So.
Hey, Trey, you guys remember this thing tried to pick him up and it couldn't.
So there's a raptor that doesn't have somebody?
Yeah, there's one right here.
Alright. What's that? Well, I'm gonna use speak with animals.
Your ritual? Oh, man. Alright.
I'm gonna try to charm the raptor.
Okay, so the knowledge and awareness. Okay, you can verbally communicate, yeah. Alright, so it's, you'll just have a discussion with it. Which, as you use to speak with animals, you do hear them all chattering. And, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so you're hearing this one first. That is closest to you, which makes sense. It's big, giant claw-like hands wrapped around as carefully as it can around Arizel, also nuzzling her. It just says, my rider is back. Smells different. More like land.
Okay.
Giving all the lumps to the raptor, just all of it.
I'm gonna walk through to like the center of all of them too.
Okay. You do hear the stoicism of this one here as you pass the center one, the largest one, which is actually a female. And just says, my rider smells different too. Wait. Where is the other rider? Which...
Tell me Banana's head is just playing elevator music.
No. Actually, Banana is simply replying like, no, this is my rider. Smells like my rider. To
He's
which...
rolling 20s. He's the smartest out of all of them.
God bless this fucking idiot.
He is. He's a natural born idiot now. Because...
Good boy.
It's gonna suck when he finds out.
He'll eat you, probably.
I know. I'm scared.
To which the one that's closest to Syndra is sharing the same thoughts of, yeah, smells like your rider, does not look like your rider though. Nope, definitely my rider.
Not listening.
Fine, well, it's your rider. At least your new rider is not feeding you fruit only. Yes, vast improvement. This is my rider. She learned. No, it's not. if raptors could actually do quick conversations, that's exactly how it's going right now. And Kermit, as you approach to this one here, this one looks at you and it chirps, or at least the eyes of everyone else. But it just looks at you as like, who are you? You're not my rider.
Is his rider dead?
As far as you know,
That's a relative term.
Oh yeah.
It gets weird around
Oh,
here.
Wasn't it like completely obliterated from existence?
No, that was me.
Oh.
yeah, that was this guy's rider.
Banana.
That was his rider.
Okay.
The only reason why it's confusing Mavis for its riders because she's currently wearing Adria's
dress.
yes.
Yeah.
So
So I'm just gonna tell the raptor, you need a new rider.
yes, horned one, I think. No wait, horned one there. Other horned one. Who are you? You speak our language.
I'm one of you.
No, you're not.
See our similar skin.
Mine are harder. You look soft.
I'm gonna offer it. Oh shit! I have nothing to offer it. I'm just gonna.
If you're like searching through your bags, Tierna's gonna take out a strangely colored piece of meat and toss it in your direction.
All right.
While he's holding up one to Vari, so she doesn't fucking take it out of the air.
I'm just gonna pick it up and turn to the raptor and say, "I have an offering."
There's a piece of the anomaly.
Okay. I'm just gonna roll a d20 for 1, 2. Yeah, it's just d2 because actually no 3 because he's also there. He's in the vicinity of it. Yep, figured the last one would want it. As you toss it, it's gonna make a grab for it. Actually, all 3 of them will because they rolled low.
Great. Okay.
'Cause they see meat. It's food. It's delicious.
Yeah.
And it smells like the land. It's probably going to taste even more delicious, so... let's see... Actually, Tyranny, can you roll me dexterity?
Watch me get outdone by the raptor. Oh, hey.
Alright, now it's Vanier that's next. She almost gets it. That was Syndra's, and now the last one.
Okay.
Now, you can roll me a dexterity saving throw, Kermit, because you just see all 3 raptors wanting that piece of meat. Oh.
Yeah.
It falls flat on the ground right between the 2 of you.
Alright.
So, this thing's...
I'm gonna dive for it, I guess.
Okay, it will be competing athletics.
Luckily for me, I have high athletic.
Okay, it too will do its athletics because it wants that piece of meat. Oh, that was a fumble. Roll me a d4.
Okay. 1 sec.
Manage to just push it just a little bit back. And it's snarling a bit as it says, "No, that piece of meat will be mine. It must be mine." But you won.
I offer it to it.
It looks at the piece of meat, looks to you, looks at the piece of meat again, look at you once again. Eyes are very narrowed. Why?
We can be partners. I'll be your new rider.
Roll me either animal handling or persuasion at advantage, plus Tyrann's charisma modifier, which, what's your charisma modifier, buddy?
Mine?
Yes,
Like a 1?
Let's see if I have one.
exactly.
I don't.
Okay. 17. There's a nod. There's a brief moment of, looks like a deep consideration. Let me just change this one's name. It pauses as if it's like somewhat posturing a little bit as it approaches you. Fine. Very well. We shall. We will ride together then. And it will. Let's see how dexterous it is to taking the piece of food that you're offering it. Skillfully enough. I do need to roll his con save because it was on your hand.
Oh yeah. Well, it could have been on the hand that has the gauntlet on it, because I have the bloodstone gauntlet, right?
True. Okay, we'll go with that. Eats it up, and you made a new friend.
Vincent, is there any way to add some leather padding to his to the sides of that saddle so when his legs are in the stirrups, he does not accidentally touch?
They definitely have the stirrups, and Vincent will add. Could probably add something here. Plus, considering how these raptors look different from each other after a while, I wouldn't be surprised if this land gives them some sort of weird conditioning to be immune or something. Also, Kermit, you do hear this raptor because your ritual thing is still working. It kind of growls at you a bit and it says, "Name. Give me name. Previous rider not give me name."
The name of the raptor?
Yeah.
Welcome
Okay.
to why mine was banana, because I literally thought of it on the fly.
Your new name is Teacup.
Oh my fucking god, I love this party.
Okay. Teacup?
Yeah, your new name is Teacup. It's a warrior's name.
I'm just gonna roll this just to make sure I understood you.
I was gonna say, do I have to roll persuasion for it to think that I'm not lying?
Nah, it's just it for its own flavor
Oh,
text.
okay.
Fine. Teacup.
It's a strong, proud name.
Oh crap. Cool.
Please tell me. Now I want to find a fucking raptor with a teacup in his hand.
I mean, if you want to customize the image, just send me an image of what sort of raptor you want your raptor to look like. Because right now there's two raptors that don't have a personal image, but
Yeah.
you can do that after session.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, so the raptors are reunited with their riders, and one who seems to have been wondering where their rider was at got a new one, and one of the other existing raptors is now mistaking Mavis for Adaria.
Well, I guess I'll just have to find some other transport unless you just happen to have 2 extra raptors on hand, which I highly doubt.
Well, while you guys were away, as Vincent leans to the back of his back to the wall, making sure that he keeps all raptors within visual sight of him. Just adds. Oh, let me just close that now.
Yeah, you want to just see what I posted to the Discord?
Yes, I did. Yes.
You know I will use that image, right?
Yeah, man.
All right. It will be done later. But
He's my little gentleman.
But anyway, Vincent just adds, I do have a few beasts on sale. Though it'll take me a little bit to get them all set up and ready, lined up.
Is at least one of them powerful enough to carry
can't be that heavy.
You'd be surprised.
Mm.
We didn't watch the fight pit then.
What? I mean, enough strategy and all that stuff. Any adventurer can beat some of the toughest monsters in there. Besides,
Pick him up.
there's a pause. A real long pause. I might have something that can drag him.
No, I think we'd prefer at least he not be smacking off the ground.
You sure?
Friends exist.
Round me up like around kind of things, but he pulls out a small calculator or the little abacus things. Round me up like about 2,600 gold, and I might be able to set you up with maybe a rhino.
I can take care of that.
Great. It'll be ready in a couple of days, though, Sally, since we gotta get it travel ready.
Oh, there go my winnings.
You have a small list or order sheet of other, what do I say, rival mounts? Probably the best way to put it.
Alright, here's my question. Are you going into the savage jungle?
Oh, 100%.
Okay, do you need something to look fancy or do you want something practical?
Practicality over showmanship is always better.
Right.
Be the bit as well. Never see.
I enjoy my class, but I also understand if we're going someplace to die, I'd rather not be showy about it.
I want to say a horse, but, or a war horse, but they tend to be much more expensive here because they're also quote-unquote invasive species.
Horses is a basic species. I never thought I'd hear that in my life.
Horses are invasive species.
I guess, yeah. Wait.
No, I mean,
I thought. Never mind. I think. What is the price of just a regular horse? I could make do with a few. Magic modifications. I have an idea in mind.
No magic modifications on the horses.
No. I switched to give him a little bit more of a brain. I just want to know the price.
Well, again, they're usually much for higher prices, like easily around a good 1,000 gold. At least
Oh, I
here.
could easily afford that. You know, around 1,000 gold.
Right. 1,000 gold for the horse. Alright. Wow.
It's easily more expensive. Immediately slash gold on table.
And you're forgetting that you guys have been getting quite a lot of earnings. Right.
Oh, I know.
I'll get you guys your mounts ready. In a couple of days, I need to go.
I was there. Get a couple of days.
Yeah, get them. This price also covers for some food for them as well as, well, saddles and some protective stuff. So, right, I'll have them ready, and well, kind of gestures more toward Vera. It's like, well, she's definitely been a treat. Varia. I'm gonna get these names wrong.
Just call her
Vari. Gestures for Vari. She was a sweetheart. Everyone else seemed to listen to her, or at least kept their cool. And thankfully, no maiming. No maiming or killing. A lot of huffing and puffing intimidation, but that's about it. Right, and as he says this, the area here opens up into a ramp that goes upward. So you can take your besties and, well, don't cause any trouble in Manzato. I don't want to be hearing the boss getting angry for rampaging raptor mounts or other stuff.
There's a perfect name for the horse too, and you'll fucking hate it if you get the joke.
Send it to me.
I'll DM it to you real quick.
Yeah.
Well, let's get a move on then.
Oh dear. Alright. So, you're in the overworld or overmap of the city, or port city of Manzato.
Well, I suspect we should check in on a number of people.
Okay, here's my token. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't really move you guys around too much on the thing. Let me just
There's two of you.
let's get rid of that. And shift ping to where.
Doppelganger. Damn.
There we go. So, you guys got your mounts, made payment, talked with Lady Monroe. May was told that her crossbow will be ready within the day, either earliest tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon. Got time to collect things, met a new friend. What do you do now?
Tiernan, question. Did you have anything specific to ask, no, or was it just see what happens?
It was a see what happens thing.
Alright.
She was in my mind. I don't like that, so I like to throw those people off.
Speaking of mind, Tyrion, roll me a d100.
Oh
Damn it.
no.
Oh, good, no!
Tyranny died.
58.
Okay. Continue.
Well, I believe heading to the, actual bazaar might be good for us to see what they have for sale. Might not be as eccentric, but we could find possible adventuring gear.
Probably some rations and stuff for people that would need it.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Also, probably need to eat
Sure,
at
we'll
some
have
point today. I hope there's some decent food around here. All that great.
There is a bit. But I question if the rat's actually a rat. It tasted more like. What's that one? The one that crawls in trees, hangs upside down? Possum.
Not worried about that kind of food, trust me. Need another source. Actually, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. Did Oberyn tell you what she eats as a Dampier?
I don't think you've explained that you're a Dampier.
No.
Oh yeah.
They all just think that
No,
you're
no.
a half elf or some sort.
No. She'll kind of, as you guys are talking, no, I have these. And as she does, she kind of pops out her front teeth into more like sharper canines. Do you think? Not that kind.
I'm just gonna roll something for
And,
binge.
just out of curiosity, everyone. That's a vampire, right? We're looking at a vampire.
Orange shrugs.
Binge just says, "Don't vampires turn
Glad the
to
party has no fear.
Binge just adds, don't vampires stay in their boxes at daytime though? As he points straight up to the way past high noon sun.
Right, she could be a reverse vampire.
Yes,
So-
you're right.
Her boss
Actually,
is the wood.
you're right. I'm definitely afraid of silver. Every time I get near to me, I sneeze a little bit, and the sun actually makes me burst out into hives. Oh no. Fucking oh,
Looks right at her. Binge looks very confused. I mean,
Well,
oh, continue.
you say, are you any of you aware of what a damp hair is?
That you're damp.
Oh.
No, I'm not wet. But no, my father was a elf up in Iceland Dale. He had met a woman that was vampire, and you know, that old chestnut of people getting bored in winter cabins and all that like.
But it's never winter. Never winter.
No, Icewind Dale, it's always winter.
Oh, right. Right. Never mind, I misheard that.
But no, I don't feel like
Oh, they
most.
play chess. I think
Are you
she's
really
right.
that? Well, you must be.
No, we had a person from Icewind Dale once, and she said that the way they keep warm is they play chess.
No, most people tend to, at least from what I would work, people would go to the mines at least because it'd be warmer down there than it would. But then you run into the remorazes, which start eating people, so that was always fun.
One of the fun things about Icewind Dale is about the knuckle trout.
Yeah, trust me, Roger, I did a little bit of research
I'm
about this
glad.
shit when I was looking up stuff from before.
I'm glad. Okay.
But no, I don't. Unlike most vampire, I don't feed off blood or anything. Mine's a little bit more complicated in the sense that I feed off of negative emotions, which, technically speaking, all of you could probably be a suitable food source. Though I don't necessarily wish to rob most of you of that.
Mate. So let me get this straight. She kind of just like motions towards you with like the finger up, like. You're telling me. Just so I get this clear. That I'm some kind of fucking smorgasbord to you.
If I were to start eating away, actually, since I have this miser, could I roll an insight?
Go right ahead. What are you inciting for, though?
It's for the energy sense. It requires insight or investigation of their negatives. She said she was a smorgasbord. I want to see how much of a smorgasbord Sindra is.
Okay, roll it. Okay, I would say it's a 3 bordering into a 4.
Oh come on, it's like a 10.
Well, 4 is the highest, so that's like a 10 in relative terms. Yeah.
Yes.
Also, it kind of depends on the insight too, because the way Miser and I rule this is like as an empath, I'll get like a general idea if like people are giving off negative emotions, but if I want to like dial in on specifics,
Yeah.
or like certain memories or stuff, then
The
I
other
have to
perception you can
sample.
get from is that while it's really high, it's also very guarded. So.
Can you use people's emotions to your advantage?
That's been alluded to that she has, and she's not necessarily really for that, but
So
she has
let's-
before.
So, like, for example, if I went into a rage because I'm barbarian, would you be able to use my rage?
No, I can't do that, but I could basically take you out of your rage.
Oh,
Like,
okay,
drain
okay,
the
yeah,
negative emotion
yeah.
from you.
So, like,
It's
so
like calm
Guardians
emotion,
of
but
the
like
Galaxy.
to one specific creature. If I
Yeah.
To go into more context of it, it's that she absorbs your negative emotions, which to play devil's advocate, you could also be in a happy rage, as in you are very happy to murder these fuckers.
Yeah.
So there is
You
a
get any,
It depends on the context, but I'm sorry.
do you get any like positive status effects from eating somebody's like emotions?
Not
Like
really.
like a well-fed kind of buff?
Not really. I haven't used it in combat yet, so I don't
Oh, okay.
necessarily know.
Okay.
yeah.
No.
I did give it
no.
some ruling though. I did give it a ruling.
Oh wait, there is a ruling technically where it also would apply my vampiric bite, where it would also add like temp HP and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
If I roll. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
As it is, you guys are currently on off time because everyone is busy, and not only that, but you also recall that a shipment of a lot of goods have arrived, so a lot of the merchants and people are trying to stock up and get ready to sell. And other people are just enjoying their day.
But to answer your question, considering I can get a general sense of you, yes, but people that tend to guard their emotion or put them behind walls are harder for me to get readings on, such as yourself. She'll say that's just so you know.
Binge just goes, that's, I guess all my wearing the armor is good then.
No, I meant a emotional guarding, not physical guarding, binge.
What she's referring to is how I don't break down at the thought of everything that's happened to me in my horrible little life.
Oh.
Which is weird, because I didn't think it was that bad, but now keep that in mind. You're kind of writing something down in a notebook.
Sindred looks at you, and it goes from like that kind of smile to just like the eyes just stay like dead flat. You have no idea.
It's not my idea to really find out or care. And she says that she kind of closes the book and just keeps walking to the market.
Speaking of market, I almost forgot a detail I did from last session, or the session before.
We'll
So,
explode.
Hmm?
We're bombed by Ed.
there's a good reason why he hasn't tried that. At least not now at this moment. Anyway,
He literally threw a fucking flaming bead on our ship. My ship. And technically, well, no, he threw a storm senders.
yep. Anyway.
Yeah, we don't talk about that. Moving on.
Obrina and Mavis, you do recall when everyone else was leaving the guild hall that Obrina, your necklace was burning a little bit, feeling very hot, and Mavis, your book reacted when, for some reason.
Is it happening again?
Yes.
Do I have to roll a constitution like last time? Or
Mm-hmm. Also Mavis as well.
I hate that I hate this. Alright. Hold on real quick.
Are we both rolling that?
Yes.
No, it's for me. Is it?
Okay.
Wait, she has to roll constitution?
Her book.
Oh.
Well, I was just wondering. Let's see.
Okay, I think I know something now. I have an idea. Fuck, I'm gonna DM you something,
15?
Miranda.
Sure. Alright, you both pass. Nothing well, you feel like something's weird, or a slight sense of vertigo, but it's not enough to afflict you with anything horrendously negative right off the cusp. But you both identify from the sources. And by the way, Mavis, did you reveal the latest information you got from the book to the others?
I have not yet.
Okay, just figure I asked. So let me just ask something else too while I'm at it. Where is it?
Getting tired of this fucking necklace and this fucking book being like gal pals together.
Hey, you gave me the ammunition. I'm just providing the fire now.
Quite literally, it's burning a hole in my neck.
Oh no, I mean you don't have any burn marks on you.
See, the way you say that makes me think, yeah. Was it yet frustration?
Because I like to give you suspense and then also paranoia. Just like how you guys done for me in so many ways, which is so much fun. Because I get to,
I feel like there's just a revolving door between all the GMs
yes.
slapping each other across the face.
To that, I gave you a reply.
Yeah, I figured. Okay.
But, Mavis, as you check your book, there is a... Oh, did something happen to my
Well,
thing
I
here?
gotta. What is it? I'm gonna have to refresh it.
Yep. Wait, did it save? I don't think it saved. No, it did not save. Huh. That is strange.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't have the thing.
I was gonna say the latest one was LDC.
Oh no, because I copy pasted in the wrong spot. Hold on.
That's actually in a secret note that we don't know, and now we're just confused.
No, it was player doing a bad. I mean, DM doing a bad.
Well, the notes you have, mine, I'm not surprised. I mess up every once in a while.
No worries. You guys can still send me the DM. I will try to reply immediately as fast as possible. Multitasking is not easy for me. Where are you? Yep, alright, that's the right one. I was making sure I copy and paste in the right spot. There you go. Now I should have updated properly.
Okay, I'm going to open the book, read it, and then hand it to Syndra.
You see the new entry. Syndra?
What's up?
Mavis handed you the book to read. The latest entry.
Interesting. Well, this makes it an interesting concept. So, in another timeline, Rasputin and Binge have both been turned into, well, whatever the fuck Ed's doing. And, apparently at one time we sided with the Venom Hand. And then had to murder him. I'm getting that right? That's the right person?
You would definitely remember, all of you remember that Zarmbol is the chieftain of the Sharptooth tribe.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Okay, yeah, brain farted. I thought Zarmbol was the other guy for a moment. Sorry.
Nope.
Let me retcon that. Let's see. A ritual turns Zarnball into a monster, and we had to kill him.
Oh.
So, I guess we need to stop Zarnball from doing a ritual. Whatever ritual that might be.
Tyrion, you can, well, you maybe remember, but you can also roll me a history.
8.
You remember having a bad dream, but you're not sure. It was probably just a stupid dream.
Did it involve, Ringo?
Yeah.
I think the gnolls most likely have gotten to them in that timeline and transformed him, as my best guess.
Mavis, can I ask a question?
Sure.
I know you pass the book around. May I see it for just a minute? Curious on the magic it can use and whatnot.
Ooh. You should try
I.
reading it.
I'll leave it up to
Better
you.
yet, draw pictures.
I'm not
Don't
stupid.
do that.
Thank you.
Well, we all tried something stupid. Let's all get all involved.
I don't think anybody gestures to his forehead else wants this.
By the way, everyone.
Alright, sorry. So I'll leave it up to, I guess, Maeve on yes or no if you want me to see the book. Because she's not gonna, take it off Syndra.
Right. I mean, I thought we said we weren't gonna let her take or have the book, but I guess looking wouldn't be bad.
Purely up to you.
You can just look.
It's fine. I just wish to cast a spell anyway. So, either I will take the book, and while I do, in a ritual cast this.
Can you roll me a D100, please?
I'm gonna die. Give me 1 minute. Oh!
Okay.
No. That was an 89 at first. Or 98.
Alright. Roll me intelligence, please. Just intelligence, no save.
Okay.
You feel the spell has been cast, and information was just about to spread into you, but then all of a sudden, as if someone had forcibly put blinders on you, the spell is forcibly shut off, and it went into the book.
Oh no. Oh. It's a weird spell consuming book. Thank God I ritual cast that, or I actually waste the spell slot.
It's, well, it started out as just some of my notes. Journal entries, things that were on my mind, things I heard, things I saw. And then the book started to turn blank. And now it writes back to me.
I can see that, especially since it has my name in here, at least for one part.
Also,
Yeah.
Oberina, so you did cast that spell there.
Oh no.
There is a new entry that, in view sight of anyone that's looking at it, it is appearing repeatedly.
Huh.
I see. Your book has been on another timeline. Hey, this is a.
Dick.
No, an awakened seagull.
Fucking hate you. I'll leave this purely conjecture up to you, since I did just try to cast a spell on it to see what it was and it kind of backfired. But I do have a what is it called? In a minute, I have to look at something before I'm being dumb. I have a few different ciphers that I have written in my time for different things, so not many people would know. So I was curious if I could write a cipher, or if I can get more specifics. If not, and she holds out the book to you, you can take the book and I won't touch it again.
Mavis looks at Syndra for an answer.
Cinder kind of leaves. Oh, let her write in it. I think it'd be fun.
I imagine I have an exact cipher that I saved for this moment.
Sin kind of steps back and like find a place to kind of sit. She pulls out a handkerchief. You're going to need this, dear. And she tosses it to Brina. And just sits there, like watches.
Alright, so Miser. This is one of... I didn't write it in my book yet, but I've been meaning to. I've just been very lazy. But this is basically one of the... her ciphers are basically rewrites that she had originally planned to put into the Timeless Gang, but then didn't, and just used them for codes instead. So I will post the exact cipher of what she's writing into the book. It posts, maybe.
Okay.
There we go. I don't know what this is gonna trigger, but it's probably not good.
Oh, that would be nice. Alright. Well, before that, and since you wrote it yourself, yes? I just want to make this clear.
Yeah, this is to clarify. She has multiple ciphers that she has written throughout, like Void or going around Faerun, and usually use them as codes, essentially for like people to get into feeding when she stopped being a little bit more, I'll say, dumb about how she did it, to basically get people in and stuff. And so it's very selective of who would know these.
Alright, so first I need a D100. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. I need 2 D100.
Alright, let's go 1 and 2. Wow, that's like right down the middle.
Yeah, very right down
Actually
the middle.
weird for me.
I was hoping for an extreme, but oh well.
Probably not gonna get it extreme. It's been a while.
You never know. Alright. Well, that I need a wisdom saving throw.
This is gonna be painful. Holy shit. Get it. You're gonna die on the ground.
Okay. So, you're only going to take half of this as words very different come out. And you only only take 7 psychic damage.
Oh.
Actually, can I change the colors of this? I should have actually looked at that in my... Oh, yes. I think I... No, I can't.
You can't.
Oh, yeah.
You can copy paste and just like copy the color over.
Let me
Or
see.
like click on, like highlight it and then you
Yes.
can also highlight it too. Just make
Yeah, I was just trying to see what the color stuff of the text, so I don't just, Let me see.
Oh, you. Please tell me.
There we go.
There's
This is
two
what...
people that could have said that backdoor, and I hate both options.
There we go. It comes in a bluish text. And in fact, everyone else can actually see it glow.
That actually hurts my eyes in dark mode. Give me a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll fix that right now for you.
That's fine.
No, he said it's a glowing tank. Perfect.
Yeah, it literally burned my iron. It
So-
hurts in game and out of game. Out of curiosity, have you ever had specific notes before after this happened?
With it glowing?
Yes, mostly, yeah.
Well, not with
Wait.
it glowing.
Can we all read that?
Yes.
I mean, I'll let you. I'm not gonna hold it back.
I think there's only been a couple of entries that made sense or was very specific. The rest have kind of been somewhat random or out of order.
Well, it seems like when we start getting into specifics or things tied to us, it starts to loop back onto itself and kicking us in the ass for trying it. So, which I now understand why I needed the handkerchief.
What the hell did you write in here in the first place?
Oh, and except from the Timeless King that I was trying to make that I used as a cipher, meaning that only a few people would know about it.
And this isn't a cipher back.
Can I roll a history mark there?
You can certainly try. Also, you guys are heading to the market, right? So let me just,
Correct. 23.
23. As far as you can tell, it could just very well be some rude person or rude way of replying back to people.
I mean, this could just be someone trying to be an asshole. From what I can tell, this isn't one of my ciphers or something stylized the way I would write. But it is at least a warning. So, the warning of the king is dead. That's not very reassuring. Oh fuck! I know what that is. Wait, and you said, Syndra, that Noel only talks to people that it wants to, correct?
Yes.
I think I might have found a way to reach Noel.
I was going to talk to Bill tonight. That's besides the point.
Point at book that says from N. I shouldn't speak too much from, but I am curious on that now. How often did people survive when they tried, or did your friend survive when talking to gods?
We're not sure what the final thing was.
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm just genuinely curious. When your friend talked to a god, what exactly happened?
Got a lot of bleeding out of the ears.
When I took the damage, where did I start bleeding?
The eyes.
Okay, that's all it is.
I mean, that's where mine came from when I wrote the book. Not gonna stick it out.
And he just threw, Tyriman just threw something and got a symbol on his head. What I'm understanding.
Repeat.
He didn't just draw something.
It was a middle finger.
Oh,
Alright.
you need to work on your hand anatomy.
Why did it do that? Please tell me, like, Tiernan drew it so much that there's at least, like, a small scratch indent.
It was in there, but then it disappeared.
Okay.
And
I didn't know
his-
if it would be, like, one of, like, it's still indented pages.
No. But his reply for that is literally on his forehead, which is this.
Yeah. Never seen that shit in my life.
Because keywords, Tyrion used a bit of his blood to write on it as he poked his finger with his claws.
Damn it, Tiernan.
And as I said, Tyrion felt his forehead burn.
You know, the one
So-
thing I am... Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
The one thing I am curious on, if the king is dead and we're going to take some weird logical leaps, assuming this is the fall of Edward, I don't think it's a good thing that just killing him will help.
Oh, we're not killing Ed.
I thought Tyrion was all about go for the heart kind of person.
And that's just mean.
Is he not though? Looks at Tyrion.
What?
Are you not a go for the heart kind of person for the kill?
I usually try to sever the neck.
Case in point.
Just
Yeah, I
grabbing a
find
few
that rather
things here.
insignificant considering his condition.
Well, what was your theorem then that you wish to bring to the table? I feel kind of hand Davis Backer book.
Oh, I mean, at the end of the day, there's really only two ways to win it with Ed.
Here you go. So I need to get this here.
Which is elimination from existence, or trapped for the rest of existence.
No, assuming that he is forever gone in oblivion, I don't think erasure from existence might behoove us well. If anything, we'll probably have to trap it.
A big question, theoretically speaking, being that there is, my understanding, it could be possible millions and millions of probabilities. Well, this could actually be talking about ominence.
Could very well be.
Can be. Unless...
On the other hand, this does harken back to a certain book we read earlier. So my understanding is, this one isn't a version. This is a message, a response back, directly.
Which would make sense considering most people wouldn't know the cipher to begin with. But either way,
Oh wait, I didn't see.
not my chore to mess with every temporality that gets messed up. It, as again, she kind of hands the books back to my desk. So for the time being, I want a drink, I want some food, I just want to kick back for about a day or two.
Interesting. I didn't save at all. Well, I'm not gonna worry about it now.
Then, is there anything interesting I get fucking word. Is there anything interesting in this market?
Yes, you do see the common normal people, which DM forgot to populate this map, but it's been a while too.
Yeah, no worries.
There are regular normal people walking about. Some you recognize, some you do not. Others you've encountered a while back.
If They really remodeled since the last time we were here.
Why did someone go through here with the, like, with the...
No, it was more of a circular area, you know, there was a square and there was some circular stuff in the middle. It's where we met Bernadette for the first time.
Oh, that's the commoners area. I knew I went to the wrong spot. That's the plaza.
Yeah, you're looking for the...
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. But no, I feel like we somehow... Oh my god, Edward is still there!
Like I said,
For a brief moment, you feel existence that is suddenly gone.
there we go. I knew I was in the wrong map. I was like, why is this... Well, this is also... DM, or just remember, everyone, the DM is also a player. Or a person. Human. So,
Well, yeah, he's also a player from time to time.
so... You didn't see Boromir back at his shop. Oh, I forgot to roll this other person's probability of coming back. I am really bad doing that.
Nah, it's fine. We haven't gone, like, shop tour in a while, so...
No,
Especially
and
with, like, all the info dumps we've been doing.
not,
The past couple sessions.
not to mention almost all the gear. Oh wow, he just passed it. Okay, just also all the weird, funny gear you all been getting.
My god, Moonbeard's back.
Yep. And he's actually over here. Right, so as you approach, you do see Boromir once again, just sitting back, smoking cigars, presenting some simple metalware, cheap armor, cheap gear, things that are vastly inferior to most of the stuff that you guys got, but he's basically selling it to the run-of-the-mill adventurer that doesn't really have much chance of survival, so...
Selling cheap kit for cheap.
Mm-hmm. And in the back, some of you see a very flamboyant beard dwarf. This guy just sitting there looking completely and utterly dazed.
Is that man also on drugs? God, everyone here seems to be doing something.
If he is, I wouldn't know, as Bermudir continues smoking, watches all of you. Again, it's going to be somewhat of an odd, busy day with all the merchandise, stocks, and everything else that arrived. Oh, and he kind of jerks his thumb back. That would be my younger brother. And I shall... Where is... Wow, I'm going to the wrong spots these days.
Sindra looks at him, looks at the other dwarf, looks back at him. If you hadn't told me, I never would have guessed, to be honest.
I figured, considering how flamboyant his beer is, you were going to ask if I was related to or some sort of mannerisms of how I know him. So might as well get the whole...
I mean, such a considerably different demeanor and everything. I mean, it was just...
Maybe that's
Yeah,
just
whatever.
artisan just milling around the shop, for all I know.
I mean, don't get me wrong, you have a style, and that's the thing, he has a style, so I mean, you don't... I mean, just honest, I mean, short of being dwarves, there's no inclination that you two would be... Yeah, okay, I guess you do have your mother's nose.
Does he sell anything?
As you actually say that,
Oh no.
funny, oddly enough, there is a head that does pop out from all the merchandise here, because I had that token ready to pops
Oh, no,
up.
there's another one of her here. There's two of them. She used mere illusion.
Oh, there is.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's all good. I think you haven't used this map in a while, so.
No, I haven't. Since the last session you guys left this place.
Every time I see this map, it reignites my PTSD.
There it is. Okay. Oop, I was in the wrong spot too.
We've actually been on this map so many damn times.
That we had.
Fuck you, it's a good map.
It
I
is.
know. I love it. I'm not giving you shit. It's just funny.
But again, the older female dwarf pops her head out. I was like, ah, you see? Just because you both look so drastically different doesn't mean you don't have my nose or my best looks. How are you doing?
Oh, I know these dwarves, right?
Yes, yes,
Because they're bloodstones.
yes. You are literally under their employment,
Yeah, yeah.
and you definitely know the matriarch or the former leader of the family.
Yeah. Okay.
You also know that she's a metal crafter, and she looks right at you, Kermit. Ah, I see you're still keeping all that gear together somehow. Miracle, honestly.
Yep. Big things come in small packages.
Right. So, as per contract, if and when you die, may I have your skin? I wish to at least use that as some sort of crazy solution. 'Cause that's the only way that armor is somehow sticking to you.
Yep.
Excellent. You see, Bermudia, you just have to ask them. You don't need to do some sly words or trickery for that.
Is everyone in this place okay? Like, who hurt half the people in this town?
Plenty of people, child.
No, I can imagine that, all things considered, but I didn't think it also caused a loss of sanity.
If I die, my skin's worthless. I felt like a coward.
No, but okay.
Right,
I
well,
like him.
I need to get back through organizing my things and my new wares, which will be all ready tomorrow.
She looks at me. No, chance that we can use his club for something. I have a feeling we're going to need it.
Unless you all wish to make some sort of custom order. I heard there was a Cyclops blacksmith around here.
I really don't have so much.
Cyclops?
Oh, did you not see the Cyclops? You know.
No.
Oh, did you? He's down in the other. You know.
Ah, he's over there. No wonder.
Yes, he was actually aboard the ship that had just come in, with myself included.
Ah.
Quite sorry, I have not introduced myself yet, Joel on the hand.
Oh, well, neither have I.
Sarina.
Neither have I. I'm Tanessa.
Joel on the hand.
She shakes it.
I'm Captain Gallows. And...
Yes,
Okay.
my son's latest employment or investment, however it goes. He's now leading the business while Bernardier's just quietly, you can just see this man just has his arms crossed, letting you all have your pleasantries while he's swaying the cigar left and right. The other brother is just out cold, or rather he's just zoned out.
Do you prefer the common tongue or the one of your own race? You can do both, but I'm just curious. Which would be better for business and the like?
Common is always the usual one, but since we're all busy working with various people, I'm pretty much fluent in many languages, except for the most exotic ones. And no, don't look at me like that. I know I cannot speak the elemental tongue or the tongue of dragons, but at the very least I can talk to elves, dwarves, orcs, the occasional gnome, goblin.
Why is it speaking grung?
I do apologize, young man, little Kermit, but I know not your people's tongue.
Oh. So would I know the matriarch of Bloodstones to be able to like get like items, like basically like knows how to get anything in this?
You do know she makes custom work. She doesn't just sell cheap wares or gear or preset stuff. It's just like, you come to her, ask for a custom made gear, she'll make one for you.
Does she know how to make magic items?
Yes, she does.
Huh. Okay, I'm gonna step forward and ask her if she knows. Or okay, do you know how to make magic items?
Come on now, Kermit. You've already been in the employment of the Bloodstone family long enough. You should know that I can make magic gear, as long as I have both the funds and the materials for it.
I'm looking for something that can hold water.
So you want a decanter of endless water?
Yes.
Done. She just kind of goes into what looks to be a small satchel, but to those with a keen eye can tell is a bag of holding. Pulls the damn thing out and just tosses it to you. Here.
What do I owe you?
I was gonna just charge you 1,500 gold for it, but I'll give you the discount of maybe 1,200.
Alright. So I just take that out of my gold?
Yep.
Alright.
So you can probably look it up in the compendium, but that is the decanter of endless water.
Yeah. I'm just gonna put alright, my gold's down to 28. So endless water. Alright, yeah, I found it.
Alright, since I know the grung, or at least more the aquatic and amphibious people do not like having to be on dry lands, and I've been hearing about a desert that burns your flesh off. I'm pretty sure he's going to need it more than anyone else.
More than likely.
Anyone else?
I have. Well, I was just curious on. I know all about this rune really like, but I'm quite curious for this necklace. It is not meshwork actually. If there, if you knew ways to make this not inert or to make sure it stays inert, you'll kind of hand over her necklace.
She feels it about, places on the desk or on her work desk. While those be like some tinkering items, touches it. I don't know what you're talking about, Missy. Doesn't seem magical one bit. The rune you put on it is this supposed to be a rune or a symbol?
The rune.
Where'd you get the rune then?
Shows her the book. It's a copy from these.
Yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily some sort of fashion trend or not, but that's no rune that I've ever seen before.
Yeah, it's worth a try. I do appreciate it to the very least. Considering.
Although you are showing in front of Bermudir, though.
Of course, the fucking man with a laser eye.
More than just that, but
Yeah, I know. This is what I wanted.
and he happens to have advantage now.
Come on, my dear, I believe in you. I didn't believe hard enough.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. It was supposed to be Arcana.
I
There we
believe
go.
just enough.
Huh. He just looks at it, puffs his smoke, chooses not to say anything, but it's clear he's looking at it.
Is there anything you'd like to share, Mr. Bombardier?
It'll cost you.
Price?
How much you willing to pay for it?
No.
As he says this, Danessa kind of looks a little annoyed. He's like, "What? Are you gonna be selling information now?" Of course. Just because you can't recognize. He pauses. Certain runes doesn't mean that specialists like me cannot figure it out or at least notice it.
Would 2,000 gold be enough to at least,
Fine.
as they say, grease the wheels?
Kind of beckons his metallic hand. Give it.
And I'll hand it to him.
Alright. That is an abyssal symbol. In short, it gathers up ambient energy, or in some more sadder cases, the soul.
Right? I knew that much at the very least, but is there a way to make it inert to make sure it does exist?
Well,
Wiser, I have a weird question.
ask away.
When he says that, was that rune in any of the stuff that Orcus tried to push on me and Ari?
You can roll. Both of you can roll me a history. Arizel and Syndra.
I love how I'm tiptoeing through everyone's fucking story. Well. Well.
So going from least to
No,
worst.
this makes sense actually.
Going from least to highest. Let me just say, write this down. I'm gonna put something in front of a character. So, Syndra, you were more focused on getting Arizel out of there, and maybe you saw some weird rune. You're not sure if it's the one that was peeled off or Arizel had cut off of her flesh. But there was that particular line of people that was interesting. Arizel, you recall that this was not on, or very vaguely, because you got a 20 with your history, you vaguely remember that there were a particular cult that used this rune, but it was a mishmash, as it wasn't entirely abyssal. But it was definitely not of Orcus's making.
What do you mean by like a mishmash? You mean like
There is
it's a combination of something else as well?
Yes.
Okay. Would I know what that something else is, or do I just recognize
You
that
do
it has
not.
some abyssal?
You just know it's some abyssal.
Okay.
Kind of back to my question. Is there a way to make it inert or make sure it doesn't do that?
Cast a spell. Remove curse. Hopefully in conjunction.
Well, if abyssal, would it, and considering the annoyance of this, would it also just remove the souls that were stuck in there, or?
Bermudier makes a very somewhat expressionable shrug while placing his metal gauntlet under his chin as if to think about it. I mean, those that usually use those sort of runes are gathering souls to begin with to make a, I don't know, soul binding ritual. Now, as to what they're binding, I don't know.
Well, I do appreciate that at the very least.
I'll give it to you this way. That thing gathers whatever it can. Once it reaches a certain threshold, it lets it go. How it lets it go, well, whoever made it, is the one that programmed it already that way. Now, if you go asking some other magic users beyond myself and my pauses, looks to his brother, who is still staring out into space, my mentally vacant sibling here. Most people would not even know what they're looking at.
I do appreciate it at the very least. So it's a catch and release kind of system. So if for my own sake, it's basically like explained as like a catch and release system that once it hits a certain threshold of whatever it's captured, it just releases it all at a certain point, Miser.
It's more of a fill up and then use.
Ah, okay. So it's like a charge system, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Well, 2,000 of mine gold. I am nonetheless not prepared.
Yeah, you
Everyone
really.
else wants.
He kind of pauses. I'm just gonna roll this for Bermudier, since he is the type to make deals.
I don't want to make a deal with this man.
It's not an advantage, but I keep forgetting to switch that thing off. That's my own fault. 19. I wasn't sure that willing to part with that much money for this. Take these as complimentary for services rendered. And you get you get 4 potions of greater healing.
Gosh. All right. So now I have 4 potions of greater healing and 2 potions of supreme healing. Jesus Christ. I wonder who's gonna be healing people.
I don't know, but it's kind of funny that he gave you them. But only because he's making you gave him that much money. He's like, all right, I can just part with this stuff here.
Yeah, it's well worth the 2,000 and some information and actually some decent healing pots.
No, my dear, I actually did want to ask you a question about the value of something.
Oh, and he kind of gestures to his mother who's standing behind. He's like, don't you have stuff to finish stocking up on? Fine. She looks over to you, Kermit. I'll be sure to finish some gear if you need that, or if anyone else needs any specified gear. But you won't be finding me where my dear son and some of the others are at. I'm usually on top side.
It was a pleasure meeting you.
Good. She takes her leave as she disappears into all the vast exposed wares and goods that are all around the place. The Bermudier straightens up, looks to his brother. Well, you have to mind him. His brain has been missing ever since we found him yesterday.
What time?
Pauses. I need to roll for his history to remember it, right? Sometime around night. Probably a little close to midnight. Why?
About the same time Adorito went missing. Last time I saw him was with Adorito.
You'll have the party, but who?
Never mind. Somebody that doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, we get a lot of those. You try to skip the bill or try to not do their payments. Boy, are they surprised when I find them.
Yeah, in this case, I mean, really doesn't exist. Except for in memory.
At least then they're not truly dead. Anyway, to your question.
Anyway, being that I know that you have, associates that work on, or hail from the lower area.
Lawful, yes.
Yes. I assume you might have an idea. And she'll lean in, if I may, whisper it. I don't deceive.
Almost looks like he's like, fine. Kinda.
She gets into his ear, kind of cups it. How much would a book of vile darkness be worth? And she'll lean back at that full look at him, just like.
Everyone can actually see this in plain view, but his normal eye has a wide open expression, but the red glowing gleam eye, which Kermit, even you have not seen this before, it turns pure red, as in like, what did I just hear? And he's just gonna do an insight to you, just to see how much he wants to believe in you. Is it normal? Ooh, wow. Well, technically that tends to be a very chaotic element. Not something that he is stroking his beard now.
I'm also into the idea that you might be someone who might know something that might be interested.
I'll have to get back to you on that.
I'm not saying I have it in my possession. I just happen to know where one is.
That look of joy in his face suddenly disappears and he becomes very dour about it. Well.
I know it's not with, and she kind of motions towards a certain house on the hill. She's like, no, it's with, a wizard problem.
That still doesn't make me any happier, but...
No. But, as I said, now there's two of us that know where that is. Do with it as you will.
Well, I'm not going to risk my neck, but if there is profit in it, and should you acquisition it, I think I can find a good buyer for it. That won't bite either of us in the ass afterwards.
That is the important one.
Heroes born every single day, adventurers and the like, nothing new. And he attempts to breathe in the cigar, but he just realized that he dropped the cigar when he was stunned. Right, I'm not picking that up right now. Anything else? And don't worry about him, he's, again, his mind is vacant. Well, he is breathing and eating, but no one's in there.
Might we try some?
Go ahead.
Mavis, dear. She kind of nods towards Osmidian. Perhaps he might be interested in a book.
I have the book, right? Okay, yeah. Sorry. I couldn't remember who last had it. Okay. She's getting nervous about her book, guys.
His is gonna be fun.
Yep. She'll pass it to Oberina to pass it on.
There's like passing down the line.
It's the Congo line.
Yes.
Well, not Bermudir.
Or Osmandius.
I guess if I'm the one taking it, I'll take it, and I'll walk over to Ozzy. And at the same time, reach into my bag and pull out something more memorable about her is.
Okay.
I'm guessing she fucked up.
So what do you do?
She sits next to him for a moment. I'm guessing Ataria fucked up. That's what the problem is.
No response from the man. He just stares blankly toward wherever he's positioned at to sit.
She places. Yeah, she's gonna set the book in his hands.
Oh, damn. Right.
Did I just blow up the universe miser?
We're about to find out.
Everything collapses on a single point as the man becomes a black hole.
We are about to find out. Oh,
I don't
great.
like that.
Well, he failed. And he's taken. So, Syndra and everyone else, including Bermudir, who looks very surprised, you do see tears of blood coming from this beautiful bearded dwarf.
She raises her hand, looks right at Bermudir. This usually happens when people write it, so don't. No.
Yeah, because all of you and Kermit, you're the only one who knows, but Bermudir does not fight with a normal weapon. And he was slowly going to what looks to be like a chain that was strapped around his waist.
I love him, but I hate him.
Which, I'll give this information to you, Kermit, but you do know that Bermudir's particular weapon of choice not only is it unconventional, but is very brutal. Because it's a big butcher hook.
Okay.
No, believe me, Bermudir, I did not expect that reaction. That, like I said, only usually happens when people write it.
Right. And I think
Is there any change to him, or? So sorry.
Let's see, for Ozzy. Oh wait, that's wrong. That's the wrong sheet. I keep closing his sheet, even though I'm not supposed to be doing that right now. Alright. He fell down, but he can still make one more since he has the thing on him. Well, bastard, he did pass. Okay. Does he keep his composure? No, he does not. So, as he blinks again, this time no blood, he just goes, ah! Starts screaming loud and clear for everyone to jump if they're suddenly startled by the screaming. Bermudir definitely now up on his feet.
Hello?
Oh, it was horrible, brother.
Is he dead?
I don't think he is that.
Nope, he's talking. We're good.
Are
Keep
you-
going.
Over here.
No. We can have him be eaten later. If he is dead.
No, Banana's wandering off.
Banana kind of just looks over. You can roll me an animal handling turn in as how are you communicating with these raptors or handling them while everyone was busy doing their weird.
Interconic.
Okay. You can roll me animal handling advantage because it is close to.
Oh,
Ancient.
thank God. 13.
They seem to be understanding you enough. Even Banana comes by, looks over to you. But
The other 3 that are near me, a hunk of meat.
Yep, they have no problems eating that. Occasionally, they'll look over to some of the passerbyers who, some people want to extend their hand out to pet them, but all 3 do not want to be touched by some random strangers.
It's four draconic heads staring at the idiot who's like, I'm gonna pet the puppy.
Oh my god.
Which I'm gonna roll a d6 for that one to see which one thinks about it. Oh yeah, it's definitely Banana. Just kind of.
God damn it! Every time.
Yeah, it was
It's like the village idiot that wants to be.
Just gonna whisper in his ear, draconic, not yet.
So you can hear the huffing and puffing, but again, it is the mixture of it of okay, but I want to do it. I really want to do it. Oh, okay, but you said not yet. Okay, so that means I can do it later. When's later?
Yeah.
It's like those hunting dogs are just straining on the leash right now. And then of course you did hear the man over there scream. Completely loud. Everyone, even the rest of the market, are just looking. And Osvidian just adds, I traveled through, I don't know where, some strange man grabbed me in a beam of light, and why was I there anyway? And Bermudir, just smoking a cigar and sitting back down, taking his hand off of the large, heavy chain that was around his belt. That is, you went through one of your drug trips again, didn't you? No, I...
What did he look like?
He pauses. Wait. I was with... He pauses again. Someone. We were going through a beam of light after running away from a multi-headed slithering snake of the... Were we in the demon web? Bermudir at first looked like he was uninterested, but then he stops. Now he's like leaning in, looking very closely at him. You were gone for a couple of days. Yeah. I know it was somebody, but I don't remember who. But then there was this horn guy, looked like he was kind of gestures to his face, breaking apart. He was going in the opposite direction, grabbed me, and I was here but not here, or no. He points to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He points to Arizel. I saw you there somewhat, but not you. You look more deathly. And now dropping it down. Wow, it's like I'm getting a lot of repeated numbers. Come on.
Wait, wasn't Osmidian the one who drops Adaria off at
Yeah, it was.
Yes.
Valerie had mentioned the demon web as well.
Yes.
Last time we saw you, you had dropped off Adaria at the temple in the sea.
So, recap correction, because you guys are getting the information just slightly wrong. Osmidian and...
switched out for Sign. Osmidian never actually was there.
Because Sign...
Basically like a tunnel through.
Yeah, because Sign, as he was leaving, grabbed it Osmidian.
Pretty much, and then Adaria just replaced Sign. You never saw Osmidian, but you do
Well, I
know
thought
that
we did.
No.
It was only Adaria.
Huh.
The only reason you know about the demon web though is because Adaria had mentioned that she had gone to the demon web with Osmidian.
And Osmidian remembered that was told to him, but he cannot remember who told him. He almost passed. He basically was just 1 point off, but that's all. That's all I was willing to give him. And he's just pointing right now to Arizel, and says, "Yeah, the other horn individual took me here. No, not here. It was strange. I saw you, but you look more deathly, like sunken eyes." And then he points around, like looking around to a lot of other people, which, let's see, Mavis, Syndra, and Tyrion. Let's just roll this here. Oh, sweet, he points to Mavis. You, elf girl, were different.
Different how?
You had red hair. Like that one.
Robe. Sorry.
Hmm?
You can kill me. It's fine. Nothing.
I hate you.
Just kill me. It's fine.
I feel like I said something I didn't hear it, because...
No, I was
Don't
making
worry
a
about
stupid joke.
It's like a me level joke.
Oh, damn, okay.
Like, anyway. You said redhead like Ocarina? Then they pointed at? Or
Yeah.
did you say it? Like,
No, redder. But getting there. You're getting there. Who are you?
wait. Little person, don't worry about it. Wait.
Yeah, I don't remember
do
you.
Do you people know a person with red hair? Looks at person one.
Did what's his name have red hair?
I don't know, what's his name, sadly.
That was towards Tyrion. Whose name? The guy that the smoking one.
Oh, Sign.
He did not.
No, he was a very white tiefling.
Wait, would I?
You can all roll me history, but as far as you may know now, you don't know anyone that stands up with red hair. Except for this individual.
Oh,
Well,
I mean, there's only one red hair person you see right now, presently.
you know what? For the lulz, I'll just roll one as well. Might as well just roll like that. Oh my god.
Unfortunately, I will say this, and that's why it does
I
not...
love our party.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have to go back down now.
I mean, the only ones, so I'll give this. Yeah, alright, so it makes sense. Almost. So, Kermit, as far as you know, all these pink skin or these soft skin monkeys with their weird,
look alike.
well, not only that, but with their weird hairdo or headdo, doesn't provide any real helmet protection and all that stuff, so doesn't really matter what color there is, it's just there. Just a walking bush. That being said, going from everybody else but Oberina's, the only real redhead that you sort of remembered but doesn't fit any descriptions is Tira Creed from Stormforge, the orphan girl, along with some other individuals that you've encountered, but they don't really match Mavis's red hair, or Mavis's features to have red hair. Let me rephrase that, because I'm stumbling over my own words.
I got nothing.
No.
Also, Tyrion and Syndra would remember that the only other redhead they did ran into was a male guy by the name of Ronnie, but Mavis is...
Oh, fuck Ronnie.
But Mavis is female. Actually, no, Arizel will remember too. But the long and short of it, Mavis is a girl. Durrani was a guy.
I mean, there was Ronnie, but I mean, confusing that. He was.
I guess I didn't get anything then, Miser.
For your nat 20, you see many faces. The problem is that they're not in these lands. They're from overseas.
That's fine. I kind of figured I wouldn't have done anything, so it was kind of a waste.
I mean, there was that one guy.
Well, actually, it was this one lady, but
No, that would be sin too. Oh wait, there was this one guy that I knew back Waterdeep. I mean, he could have been Mavis's stand-in. I mean,
I don't think it works like that. Usually.
he was an elf. I think he was a full-blooded elf, so that's why it was the he was effeminate enough.
Well, question, David. Did you ever have a decision in your lifetime to dye your hair a different color?
No.
however, Oberina, since you did roll that that 26, along with Mavis, there was a person you did ran into, Oberina, very briefly, but you never had conversation with them. So I'm gonna just do a shift Z.
Oh, you've gotta be fucking kidding me. Was she on the ship?
No, that was the person you met before you went on the ship.
Wait. She never gave me a name, did she?
Nope. Didn't even give you
No.
didn't even give you a conversation. Was just among the many audience, but that one stood out for some reason.
You know, I hate to be that person, but I think I did see a person with red hair before that would match Mavis's description. Not one-to-one, but close. Didn't get the name. She was on the mainland, and she looked elvish, obviously.
Very elfish, pointy ears.
I don't know why the fuck she'd be in the demon one.
And Osmania again looking at all. He does look at the book and at stuff is in his possession. Just kind of places it to the side because he doesn't know what to do with that.
Sin just kind of takes it back and passes it back.
We're just passing it down the line.
Down the conga line.
Sorry about that. I think I got you out of it.
Thank you. I felt like I was in some weird. He looks over and then he finally looks over to where Tyrion is at. Wait. I saw you. You.
What?
Why are you so much smaller now?
Oh, you've gotta be shitting me.
I look at Banana. Banana looks at me. Not heavy there.
No, I certainly saw him much bigger. Oh,
Question. This is gonna be a weird one, I guess. Gonna either history. Do we know that the demon web exists outside of temporality?
you don't know that.
Okay. Well, I didn't know if, like, with my studies, that if I it would be something that I've just looked into with, like, chronergy, but I guess I'll leave that up to your decision.
I mean, you can roll your arcane, but or anyone who wants to try and do so, and I'll give them a
That's probably.
answer befitting their character as best as I can.
Oh, you know, that makes way too much fucking sense. I didn't specifically look at the demon web. What?
Well, with that 30, especially if you're a drow heritage, Sindra, you do hear a lot of the braggarts and legends of how the demon web could not only be an internet, constant interneting collection or interweaving amount of passages through the not just the multiple planes of existence, but the possibility of going to the quote-unquote parallel universes as well as the manipulation of time itself due to the arrogance of, well, the true ruler of the demon web, Loth. But whether it's confirmed or not, you do not know.
I'm really getting tired of the time traveling bullshit. This Aya story.
Who's traveling through time?
What was that, Miser?
No, that's Bird Midir talking. Who's traveling in time?
This in points of thumb at his brother. And
No,
other people.
I don't think I travel through time. I points over again to Tyrion. I literally saw him big, but different. But I certain it's him.
Did you see him as a blue and sapphire dragon?
I use my telepathy to send him a picture of what it looked like this.
More jaggedy.
Oh no.
He kind of pauses, really thinks about it. Yeah, more jaggedy. Like,
I think I figured it out. That's fucking hard.
You said you were in the demon
The
web.
fuck does that mean?
I sort of was. I mean,
Is my
Well,
sister
it's-
spikier than I am?
Hmm?
Is my sister spikier than I am?
you recall that she's a little bit more smoother, but she does have a few more
Okay.
spikes. But she's not, she looks more approachable.
Oh yeah.
Tyrion,
Yeah.
show me your father.
Alright, hold on.
Okay.
Because now I actually have to, change the... So do you actually show the images of your family, Tyrion?
Oh no.
Yeah, they know that I'm a dragon, and if they fuck me over, they will be eaten.
Okay. So let me just do us all fair because they're only visible
I'll
to
start
just
with
you.
Grandma first.
Uncle Banana.
You mean grandma or mom?
Mom.
Okay,
They're old.
yeah.
They're dwarves.
So this would be Tyrannon's mother.
He looks kind of jaggedy.
And then there's the dad.
I remember the dad. He was chill.
It was chill.
And then he died.
And then there is your sister.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. She's a spirit.
But Syndra, with that high enough arcana too, you did pick up the keywords of Asminian saying that, or at least make the connection of what he's basically saying and the demon web going to parallels.
Oh, right. Right. Cinder kind of gently claps her hands. It probably was Tyrion.
Was it just
Question, Tyrion, did Arthros ever show you what you looked like to him?
No.
Remember how he said that you were, well...
Oh,
you
fucking
didn't
hell.
really- Oh, good, good. I didn't want to really have to explain that to you.
So I hate this so much. I'm dead, but I'm also not dead.
Let me worry
There's
at this
half of me
point.
that is dead.
And Oberina,
Oh,
this
did you say you were really best? You were.
I'm sorry, what was it?
I was gonna add. You did add that cipher in there, and you had a reply.
Yeah.
Can you roll me an intelligence saving throw?
Oh, you've got to be shitting me. Thank God it's not a strike. Oh,
There's something at the tip of your tongue. You don't know
You
why.
know what?
what's up?
Actually, I don't know. Let me check on that. You know what? I feel like using it just to see what happens.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God, you really... I love how we're both delving into this now. This is fucking great.
And it's not gonna be. It's gonna be subtle. Like Sin's just gonna be like, she notices like Oberina like kind of derps for a second, then it's just gonna.
You can switch after her. Give me 1 second.
You gotta roll again. That's all.
Yeah, good. Yeah. Oh, thank God.
There might be a possibility, but you don't know if it's just a stretch of imagination, especially with your artistical mind. But if they're talking about parallel realms or realities, could it be possible that the Book of the Timeless King has a parallel version of it? And
Oh,
the cipher you
God.
just put in there was just a cipher returned to you.
I hate this, actually. So that would make sense why Edward used a fucking pen name, but it was female because it was a parallel F and not the... Oh, I hate that! Wait. Now I'm trying to... My actual brain starting to go. So give me a second to recollect.
That's fine, but as you guys are saying in the market, you do see that the night is, well, evening is slowly coming in. Boromir is like looking at all this. Man, you're all. Thankfully, I'm not in business right now too much, but you guys definitely need a place to rest.
Yeah, figuring the guild hall, but I have some books to read.
I can imagine.
Well, when you last Midian, when you get your mind back together, if you wouldn't, if anything comes to mind.
Yes, and thank you. As the brother steps up, gives you a polite bow, then heads back deeper into the tent.
I have a weird question, but this is insanely metagamey, so I can't ask it.
You can send me a DM and I'll give you as close to a character.
It's not worth me asking because I know it's one of those weird ones that I know that I, as a character, should not have the information of.
Okay. So,
I have an idea.
what is everyone else doing along with this moment of strange conversation and the fact that some of you guys are realizing this weird reality situation?
I think he's digging more holes the more we get into this.
I mean, you are digging the right holes. Just falling into them as well.
Alright, so we know that this world now is probably a convergence of different parallels thrown together by the web at this point, more than likely. And it's all handled by temporal anomalies that doesn't prevent it from collapsing in on itself. At this point, it sounds like this is like Mage's first science project, and they just super glued a bunch of shit together and hope it doesn't break.
And kind of walks up. You know your book? Your fancy little story?
Yes.
What would you do if you were a wizard? Cursed to never be allowed to die, never be able to win. What would happen?
You get bored, start experimenting with your own magic, maybe start splitting yourself apart multiple times over to keep yourself sane.
Well, let me ask you another question. If you're a wizard who used to be able to move entire freaking mountains, literally, watched your entire civilization get collapse, and possibly with a cause of it. Haven't really figured that one out yet. Could be the actual ruler. And got slapped down by the goddess of magic and everything else. And you're cursed to basically never ever succeed. Wouldn't you just completely figure out a way to try to get out of the problem?
Well, that seems to be the issue, though. Going around it through temporality and parallels will you succeed, then kind of makes it a moot point, because then you wouldn't be stuck in the same time loop to begin with.
Which is why you can't go back and correct the fault.
So instead you create a whole new problem and then try to fix it from that.
No, then you start playing 4D chess with yourself. Or
just sounds-
everything else.
That just sounds A, boring, and B, psychotic.
They're talking about a wizard who's probably outlived. You know, there's probably not too many things that he hasn't done.
So, assuming that each parallel of him went to a different world together, right? Do you think that was done on purpose in order to find ways around and play 4D chess with himself and just have it all come to a convergent point?
Well, the only possible outcome to get out of your situation would be to completely annihilate the universe and restart it, right? Which probably would just end up in the annihilation of everything. I'm also assuming we're saying this as we're walking back towards like,
Yeah.
Yes, that's fine. I was just doing a quick little check on prices and everything. So, Arizel, the the price for the components very cheap, less than 5 gold. Especially, yeah, especially. Yeah, it's just 5 gold since you're basically getting a rod of amber and.
Yeah, just fur. Like, I have, like, I have
That
to get one
yeah.
separate fur from another just for, like, darkness. I don't use that, but...
Yeah, it was mostly the rod of amber mixed with crystal that cost the 5 gold.
Cool.
But as you all are returning to the guild hall, which let me get
But
here.
here becomes the question then.
Mm-hmm.
Bothers me a little bit.
Oh, these
Assuming
individuals are gone because
as a wizard you have all the plans set in 4D chess. What if someone goes and says fuck you and flips the board?
Ogianos and report is by the entrance.
why it's a parallel situation. You're going to have false starts. You're going to have stillborns. You're going to have death. There's an entire under the concept of it. There's a parallel for every chance and option that occurred at every given second. However, half of them exist where there is nothing that exists.
I think you are missing the point. There are, as you have seen, table we were in ways to get out of it, or at least an extreme. Meaning that you can't flip the board, you just have to bend the rules of the situation created from the temporality, but that can also cause issues, as you saw the backlash of people forgetting and not knowing what happened. Meaning, I would assume it, if temporal theory is correct, that it would leave a backlash through every parallel universe, no matter what.
Except
again-
there is a probability on something.
Go on.
Theoretically, each independent parallel functions within itself and functions outside of itself. If we take Ed for example, the concept that has existed in all those parallels is truth. Doesn't necessarily mean that Ed himself has existed in those parallels. So, we're playing against a bunch of Eds trying to do the same thing. But Ed may not actually be able to move outside of things. Because of the rules, Ed is trapped to each timeline. So there are the timelines in which Ed has succeeded, the timelines in which Ed has failed. Ed's idea is to get outside of that either through the book or other methods so that he can contact the successes. So each possible outcome is basically out of his reach at the moment.
No, that makes sense since the book said not to give it away now. The
Which
only
also
problem-
makes sense why
I'm sorry.
she motions towards Binge. Binge got turned into a skeleton, or a bone golem.
A what? Oh,
You remember the dream?
the really bad one, yes.
Parallel universe. You died in another universe.
So what you're saying is every dream at this point is parallel universe that we get to experience death, decay, decrepitness, etc., etc.
Because where we are, either due to its location somewhere on the demon web, or some other function of the curse, or the pocket dimension he has tried to create, it's loose. And that the beings that probably have their best interest in not seeing everything annihilated are able to influence it due to the primal energies there. In other words, we're able to see other parallels. But I don't think Ed can.
So what are the odds we can step out of our realm and start? Not that I would assume once we are even close to ready, but what are the odds we can step out of peace and into the demon web?
Well, entering the demon web would be a complete suicide mission, likely.
Well,
And if I'm not mistaken by what others have said they've seen, we really can't.
apparently Atharida did with no problem.
No, I think she ceased to exist because of it.
No, from what you were talking about with Osmandius, she was there prior to it.
We have no idea what actually happened during that time.
Actually, no. So we basically have to create a weird niche scenario where we can go outside of it once we are ready to basically commit ourselves fully to fucking everything up. That sounds like fun.
Or theoretically, and hear me out,
Well, I've been. She likes drumming on her harp.
theoretically, we just have to get Ed out of all the other equations. If we place Ed in one position on the board, aka our timeline, and win, then it basically negates all of the other parallels because he doesn't exist in them at that point.
I do assume that you have some way to do that.
I'm working on it. Ataria was working on it.
I mean, before she was going insane?
No, she was probably mad as a fucking hatter when she started this whole thing.
Master Tyranid, you're here. As
Yeah.
all is well, no one approach the points over to the direction of the crew and the woman there guarding. Though the soft skinned woman is very depressing. Angry.
Yeah, he puts a hand on his shoulder. They all are.
That they are.
But
Reality
my
is all
Arizel is the sign of perfect joy and happiness in this world.
No, she gives off negative emotions that could probably murder a cow.
Confusing. He switches to Draconic. He starts going back to Draconic.
Understand sarcasm, but I'm not avoiding it.
Or Oceanos switches to Draconic. They are very strange, my lord.
He
No,
said Draconic. That doesn't help. Looks right over you.
No, we're pretty normal, she says in Draconic.
I see. New one.
That's the Syndra.
Well, that one is being taught by you. That one is new. Points to Oberina.
I'll have you know I have picked it up very well because of my blood.
I am going to transmit, going to speak to Arcanos. Is this the way you remember me? And I'm going to send him a picture of myself.
He looks puzzled. Physically puzzled. No, that's not you. Though, still look great, but not you.
I'm going to make it more jagged. Like this then. Probably get a lot of things
He's-
wrong. But
He starts thinking very clearly of how he remembers you, and I'm not even gonna roll for it. He remembers you exactly how he remembers you.
Oh my fucking god.
it was badass.
What happened, Karen? Where'd you glow up, go?
We club went to a different fucking universe.
What's the expression on Tyrannid's face?
A mix between fuck that's cool and what the hell? And then he looks at you, transmits the image. You were right.
It's definitely a lot more jagged. And yeah, no, she pulls out a poster. Yeah, I think people might have actually feared you wrong. You should do that when you get back, everything back. Get more spiky. You know, you could do it with the gold and the silver thing you got going with the teeth. Just
I was molded by my environment. I believe this one spent more time in a colder climate. I was underwater.
Okeanos kind of goes, not quite, ate lots of white dragons.
That
Fucking
could help too.
What?
I mostly fought reds and a couple of yellows.
Also had a silver rival, but ate that one too.
I ate a green rival.
out of curiosity, I mean, what did you do to piss off the silver?
I don't know, it wasn't me.
Silver was just
It wasn't
angry.
me.
Silver was just angry.
You know, and I hate that I'm going to ask this. Am I actually going to be am I a parallel to the idiot? Oh, wait a minute. I just thought of something really stupid, but also makes a lot more sense now that we know. Remember the book that had comparisons against all the shit?
The one where it had your name in it.
Yes. What if Cinderella, you're a parallel to Ed? And she looks at you.
Let us end the session on that particular question.
Yes!
Oh, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna just one quick. Cinder just looks at you, and it is a look that says, "Shut the fuck up. I already figured that out, and I didn't want to tell it to anybody else."
I know. That's not how it operates. No, I just
That's the look that gives you.
That's stupid. I don't want to eat Sidra.
Alright,
so
so
glad I just threw that out there.
I will wait for something like that. But yes, let's end the session here for tonight. I know it was a bit of a heavy lore dump again, but we should probably be getting back into the action hopefully next session. As I'll again DM did not do his due diligence of preparing all the shops and everything. I was anime binging. That being said,
Miser not being prepared? Shook it.
It's weird.
Wait, that means Arizel and I.
What does that mean?
You're.
What does
Oh
this
my
mean?
god, that's fucking hilarious.
Turn in Adarita Overita.
So Binge is a parallel of death. My god. Look at Ariel turning a parallel.
but anyway, I am your DM for this evening, Miser Mark. You can find myself on both Twitch and YouTube, Miser Mark 2010. Stuff that I collaborate with is in Jeeves the Dingus and Transpace Mariner in both YouTube and Twitch accounts respectively. Other than that, I will hand over to our DM for tomorrow, which I believe it is Moogle. For
Yes,
Sea of
yes,
Sorrow?
it is. Yes, I think it is. Yes.
Maybe?
My
No, we just did one in the chamber on Tuesday, so yeah, it's got to be my day.
yes. My memory's going bad. I know.
It's okay. Okay, so it's mine. Anyway, yeah, I'm Goth Moogle. Tomorrow we will be having Sea of Sorrows. Gonna be a heck of a game. Probably more lore stuff. Trying to figure out if I can throw a combat in there for them because they seem to get bored without it. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, join me tomorrow. GastonPartyDocs.card.co is my commission information. Let's throw it over to Jeeves.
Hi, I am James Vegas on Twitter and YouTube. I will be seeing you all tomorrow by playing Deckham, my happy gentleman, Warforged, which nothing bad happens to ever. I will throw it over to Mariner.
Well, I am playing your inquisitive bard that's probably going to get shot by this party at some point. You can find me on DM Mariner on Twitter and Transpace Mariner on Twitch. And yeah, tomorrow I'll be playing a very fun shifter with a knife that shouldn't exist, but I keep using it because it's funny. And it keeps killing things it shouldn't. So I'll throw it over to that again. That's
Alright, I'm like, I'm out of play this game, and Tuesday is tomorrow, so, yeah, there's my character, and, Twitter is Gamble. So, yeah, that's me.
Also want to thank our newest player for his patience, Salad, who plays Kermit. Buddy. I think Kermit, you
was
there?
turned off for my mic was turned off. Thank you, boys. Yeah, I had fun. I know it's a lore dump. It's fine, but yeah, I have no socials right now, but I should be working my way back into the campaigns and making everybody's life hell.
Our chaotic friend here.
Yeah, I love to make the worst characters ever, and then somehow win with them. So yeah.
All right.
No, we're happy to have you back, man.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it's been a while.
Sorry that you joined like probably one of them. Episodes.
Yeah, I got a lot of TikToking done.
Yeah, he got
in
he.
between
All right.
listening. But yeah, no, I had fun still. It's funny, like I'm just playing with you guys, so yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll be closing out this stream. Everyone, have a good evening. Have a good night.
See you tomorrow.